Hello to everyone. Welcome to Morningstar and Company Incorporated Season 2, an actual play D&D live-action broadcast, which we are going through the post-Curse of Strahd kind of interlude before we pick up the next arc of the campaign. I'm DMF Saint, your DM and Sherpa for this evening, and below me are all the wonderful players that have been with me for the last year of our campaign. Hey, let's go around the horn and introduce ourselves and our characters. And, I don't know, tell us a little bit about yourself and your history and your background. I don't know. Tell us how long you've been sober. I don't know. Just tell me something.
All right. I'm Chum. Chum Nation on Twitch and Twitter, and I play Varys, the High Elf Warlock. And I am on location in beautiful North Carolina this evening on a work trip. I will not miss these sessions if I can help it. So that's me. Over to you, Joe.
I'm Joe. And I had a quick update to my thing since I joined the internet. Again, I'm at the Nation of Joe _. And I am playing Arachnis Stemmy, the tiefling sorcerer, who, I'm going to be honest, confessed a lot of stuff last time and nobody questioned it. So I'm really interested to find out what's going to happen next to our merry band of adventurers.
I'm Akechi. You can find me on Twitch at Akechi. I play Delg, the stone-shaping, tree-jumping, god-praying, wish-making.
Nope.
I did make a wish. Divine intervention was pretty much a wish.
It is pretty much a wish, you're right.
More or less, yeah.
Nature cleric. And Delg wouldn't be able to judge people, but since after he atoned, he's able to silently judge everybody in their confessions last session.
Wow.
And yeah, we're ready to see what's behind door number 6.
Is this door number 6?
Depends. The knock door,
I lost count.
the big door, and then 3 more. So maybe 5.
No, there was the fake wall door.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 6. Door number 6.
Yeah, 5.5.
Close enough. Ash?
Okay, hi. Hi, I'm Ash. I go by Ash and Rabbit here on Twitch and Twitter. I play Hope, the Furbolg Life Cleric. And I feel like even though it's been a week, I'm still processing everything that went down last episode. So just going to sign up for some D&D therapy, which is this session. Here we go.
Yeah, last week was an experience for a lot of different reasons. And guess what? I haven't picked new music yet, so you guys get the good stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm going to miss it.
Yeah. I'm just going to put this on like a playlist in Spotify and listen to it whenever I need to be sad.
So last week, the party wrapped up their time in Barovia, finishing off before leaving at the Blue Water Inn, and saying goodbye to the Mardukov family within, Erwin, Danica, Bram, and Bray. After catching a glimpse of the coveted bottle of champagne de Stamp and being turned down by Erwin for opening it, the party left to go outside, and then they came back in, discovered that the town had thrown them kind of a little going-away party, and waiting on the bar was several glasses from that very same bottle. Seemingly, Erwin has decided to put to bed the unrest that existed between him and his family and finally let go of the grievances of the past as they start a new life and a new chapter in the land of Barovia. The party made their way up to the top of Mount Gacchus, just outside the Amber Temple, where they had discovered a planar door in the middle of the road, standing free of any wall. Opening the door, they found a vast, barren landscape of staircases and platforms, none of which had the same gravitational orientation. Stepping through, the door slammed shut behind them, and as Delg checked very quickly, also locked behind them. faced with two directions to go, and the knowledge of their past training and history and learning, they decided to take the upward staircase, despite not knowing if up is actually up in this place. They soon discovered that the infinite staircase, where they now find themselves, is a place of creativity, trickery, riddles, and mysteries, as each platform they found had another puzzle to solve. They made their way through a number of these puzzles, finding their way to a man crossing paths on his way down, seeking out his heart's greatest desire. Brief conversation led them to understand that several days' journey up the staircase, there was a guild, the Planewalkers Guild, that had their home within the infinite staircase. Several grueling days of travel later, the party made it to the platform that was an entrance to the Planewalkers Guild. They made it through a barren wall that didn't look like a door but became a door. They made it through a door that asked them for their deepest and darkest secret. And then they made it through what I'm going to call Delg's doors. 3 doors, each of which needed to be traversed in a very specific way. The last of which was a 50-foot-long runway leading to a doorway of pitch black. One by one, the party sprinted their way through the pitch black portal, and that is where we rejoin our party tonight. So, if you can please remind me, what was the marching order?
Varys
was
went first.
first.
I was last because I was short legs.
Oh, that's right. You were
I didn't
waddling
wanna
your way
get in
through.
I didn't want to get in anybody's way.
That is right. So let's see here. Let's get
It
a little.
almost took me 2 turns to make that run. I did it in 1 sprint, barely. I was out of breath, that's for sure.
All right. So, hang on. I gotta get my pen out real fast. All right. So Varys was first through the door, and then it was Hope, Rognus, Delg. Is that correct?
I think so.
Sounds
Cool.
right.
So, as you sprint through the door of Varys, I need everyone to take your headsets off. However, I'm going to bring you back one at a time in the order you go through the door.
Okay.
Okay? So, Varys, keep your headset on. Everyone else, please take your headsets off. And pay attention to Discord. I'll ping you in to come back in. Hey, Varys.
Yes.
As you pass through this, archway of sorts, of pitch blackness, almost like magical darkness, you barely have enough time to react. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw,
Okay.
and I need you to add your perception modifier to it.
Perception. Okay. So Dex save plus 6. All right. Oh, that's Constitution. Ignore that. That was the wrong one.
Okay?
All right. Dex. Oh shit.
24.
So 30. Well, you said add perception.
Add perception, yeah.
That's
So-
a 30.
So as you run through this door at a full sprint, running as hard as you can, as soon as you come through the door, you instantly, take a fast glance around, and your gut and your instincts warn you of immense danger. 10 feet in front of you, the platform ends, and you're at a full
Shit.
sprint.
Uh-huh.
The platform is very thin and continues to the side. You are able to recognize what's happening and skid yourself to a stop just fast enough that your feet are dangling over the edge.
Okay.
Now, I need you to tell me quickly, in 6 seconds, what you're doing
Yep.
next.
I am holding a fly spell for the 3, or actually, I can only do 3 people, so I hope one of them will stop or catch me. So I'm gonna hold the fly spell for the 3 people coming through behind me, so that if we go, we don't fall.
Okay. Now, you guys were spaced out, so only one of them's going to come through next.
Okay.
So your fly spell requires you to see them, doesn't it?
Actually requires me to touch them. So if the next person barrels into me, then I will cast fly on both of us.
Okay.
And it's hope, so we'll see. But we'll see if I can catch her or not. You know, let's make it this way. If I feel like we're going over, I will cast that spell. If I can catch her and stop her, then we won't. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It would be a reaction to falling.
Gotcha. So you're going to just wait for her to come through. If she barrels into you, you're going to touch her and cast fly.
Yeah, I'm going to try and stop her on the ground, but if we're going over, I'm going to cast fly.
Understood. So, important to note, you didn't tell me you're moving out of the way. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to ask her to put her headset back on. She's immediately going to make the check.
Okay.
Then she's going to realize what's happening. I'll allow each of you to take a reaction.
Okay.
Because this is a very fast thing. The saving yourself is your action. And I'm going to hold my hand up in front of the camera and count down from 6. I'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. That's how much time you have to communicate your plans to each other.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yep.
Fantastic. Okay. So, let's bring Ash in.
Hello.
Hi. Hope. Just as Varys passes through the door, you are at a dead sprint right behind him. And the archway itself is a little bit short, so you kind of have to, like, put your head down a little bit as you're going through. I need you, as soon as you pass through that portal, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, and I need you to add your perception modifier. Varys,
Dexterity saving
I
throw.
also need you to make the same check again.
Okay.
Dexterity saving throw adding what?
Your perception modifier.
Perception modifier. Okay, so there's that, and my perception modifier is 4.
So 14 total, right?
Oh, wait. Did mine come through? Oh, minus 14. Yeah, minus 14.
You're both 14?
Yeah.
So Hope, as you barrel through this doorway with your head down, you glance up just in time to see Varys like this, facing you.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And you sprint right into him, and there's barely any space for you to stop yourself. As you crash chest to chest into him and knock him back over, Varys, you are now falling backwards and sliding off the edge. Hope, you now realize there's only 10 feet of space on the other side of this platform, and the platform actually continues to the side. Varys, this procs your action.
Okay. So I would reach out to grab Hope. Do you take my hand?
Yes, immediately.
And I cast fly on both of us.
Okay.
Just so we're safe.
Okay. Important to note, your momentum currently is in the same direction. You each get one reaction, and Hope, I'm going to hold my hand up and count down from 6. That's how much time you have to talk to each other before the next person comes through the door. So what are your reactions first?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you actually, I'll let you talk first, and then we'll do the reactions, okay? So you've got 6 seconds. I'm gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. All right?
Okay.
You ready?
I think so.
All right, here we go.
We are going to have to stop everybody else coming through here.
Okay.
Get ready.
Okay, I'm really sorry.
Yep. And I would
Stop.
say we link hands across.
Okay. So
Like
your
Red Rover style.
Yeah.
I'd say in the amount of time you have, you're able to get up like half from prone.
Okay.
Because I mean, the action was up to there. Half movement is like, I'll say you can stand up. You guys can stop yourself and stand up, but you can't move. You're still at the edge.
Okay.
So like half your movement was to stop yourself from falling off the edge as you're flying, and the other half is to get up from a prone position. Even though you're flying, you were still prone.
Right.
Ready?
Be ready to catch somebody.
Hi.
Rognus, one by one, Varys and Hope disappeared through this archway portal into the inky blackness. Coming through the other side, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw plus your perception modifier.
Okay, a dexterity saving throw. That I know how to do because it's a button, and that's not good. Plus my perception modifier.
Mm-hmm.
That's only a 2. So
Okay, so a total of 8.
yeah.
So full-on sprint. As you come through this, you are able to recognize that the platform only extends 10 more feet beyond the doorway, and the actual walkway goes to the right. In front of you are Varys and Hope, floating slightly off the platform, holding hands to catch you as you fly off the edge, which you do, run right into their arms, which is a momentum push. I need you both to make dexterity saving throws too.
Okay.
Because again, important to note, you did not move out of the way.
Right.
21.
Oh, 17.
17, enough. So you're able to grab onto Rognus as he goes over the edge, and you both grab onto his shoulders and pull him back. You're now facing away from the doorway. Rognus, here's how this is going to work. You're going to get one reaction, something you can do, and I'm going to give the 3 of you 6 seconds to talk about what you want to do when Delg comes barreling through the door. So I'm going to hold my hand up and count down from 6. That's how long you guys have to talk. Ready? Go.
Quick, we all have to chain together to stop Doug.
Yeah, let's. Yes.
I'll crouch down.
I don't know.
Stop.
Let's just.
No, stop.
That's real life. I don't know.
So you all get one reaction for what you're doing. And remember, try to base it on the dialogue you just had.
Yeah.
That wasn't actually dialogue.
I'm gonna do what I said I was gonna do and get to the edge and kind of crouch down, ready for Delk to come barreling through.
Okay. Rognus and Varys, anything you'd like to do?
Yeah, I would just get on the opposite side of Hope, and we're just gonna try and grab him as he comes through.
So now we're in a free float situation.
They are flying.
Well,
you are standing.
I cast fly on Hope when she came through, and myself. So that way, if anybody did fall, we could go get them.
Okay. And I'm back on the platform.
Yep, standing on the very edge.
Standing on the very edge. All right. I'm going to have my quarterstaff kind of at the ready for something to grab onto.
Whack
Okay.
dwarf. Sorry.
Oh my god.
A very fast limbo stick.
Jeez. Delg, as you waddle down this pathway and you watch Varys, Hope, and Rognus all disappear, you come through this inky blackness of a dark doorway, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw at advantage, plus your perception modifier. Congratulations on your observant feat, sir.
So dexterity saving throw at advantage,
Plus your perception modifier.
which is 4. So 19.
All right,
So 19.
good. That's good.
What you see as you come through is Hope crouched down, ready to open field tackle you. Varys on her side, also looking like he's ready to tackle you. Rognus standing there with his quarterstaff held out. You're not sure why. And in front of you, there is only 10 feet of platform and then nothing but the expanse of nothingness that has surrounded every platform. The platform actually goes to the right, and you at a full sprint were about to barrel into all of them, and on instinct, seeing everything and understanding, like full-on, like beautiful mind, everything slowing down style, you like sit down and skid to a stop right underneath Rognus. And Rognus, it's like almost enough. Like he's almost, if he would have been like an inch further, it would have like tipped you over off the edge of the platform.
Oh, that was a close one.
Way too
That was close.
close. Way too close. Okay.
Well, now we know if we ever have to come back here.
We know, but you have to run to get to the door.
Yeah, but if you can anticipate having to stop right away, it'd probably be easier. You know, it's kind of tricky at first coming through. Yeah,
Luckily, no one fell off.
luckily.
God. Okay.
All right.
Well, that way, I guess.
Yeah,
God.
As
we really should put some handrails up here. It's very unsafe.
What's the
This whole
Hey, Doug,
place-
you want to stone shape some
Yeah.
handrails out of this?
Yeah, or like some kind of.
Some safety rails?
I mean, I probably could, but that'd only be
Yeah.
for a couple of feet. So
Yeah, it'd probably be
I
a trip
will-
hazard.
I will. I'll bring up the lead and have Thornwhip ready just in case
Okay. Just in case of what?
someone falling off the side.
Oh, okay, falling off the side. Got it. So as you collect yourselves and turn to go where the pathway seems to lead, you can see in the distance there is another platform. And on this platform, there is yet another door. This door seems to be different than the other doors you've seen. It is metal. It is shiny, glistening, almost reflecting light that's not there. The frame itself looks like solid iron steel bars. And the door also appears to be metallic with a modern, our time modern door handle in it. And standing there, leaning cross-armed at the doorway, is this very extravagantly dressed man with a pointed kind of Van Dyke facial hair, bandana around his head of like many different colors. The coat that he's wearing has these like bits of fabric of different styles, patterns, and colors kind of tied everywhere. He's got very loose and baggy clothing that kind of almost float in a breeze that doesn't seem to be there, and very well-worn but well-maintained traveling shoes. He sits there with a smile on his face, watching as you approach him at the doorway.
Hello, good sir.
Well, hello there. You know, just about everybody has the same problem you did their first time.
Yeah, that's pretty tricky. I guess it keeps the unaware out, perhaps.
It's also fun to watch sometimes. They just go flying.
I guess that would be kind of funny, and if you weren't the one going off.
Fair point.
I'm Varys. What is your name?
Artegan. Pleasure to meet you, Varys. Reaches his hand out as soon as you get close enough.
I will give him a hearty handshake.
It's a very, like, solid, firm, enthusiastic handshake.
Artegan, very nice to meet you as well. We are obviously first-timers here, and we are trying to find our way home. We sort of ended up in here by accident.
Most people do.
And looking for some guidance, and we were told that the Planewalkers Guild would have perhaps the know-how and knowledge to aid us, maybe.
The Planewalkers Guild? Whoever told you about that?
What was his name? I look back at someone who has notes.
He's on a work trip. Leave him alone.
I don't know. Did we get his name?
I'm pretty sure we asked him his name.
I'm pretty
trying to
sure you
remember.
didn't.
Oh, we didn't.
No.
Somebody
Yeah, it's just a
introduced.
nomad.
I didn't introduce myself, but I thought somebody introduced themselves.
Varys
so-
did all the talking with the guy, so
I thought I did exchange names with him, but maybe not. Maybe we
Listen,
should-
I'll tell you his name if it doesn't sound familiar, then you didn't introduce yourself. How's that sound?
Okay.
His name's Riley.
No,
Yeah,
we did
no,
not get that.
Actually,
Nope.
no.
No.
Nope. We did not.
Actually, no.
I know O'Reilly. But that was not him.
So then, in this case, I would say, well, we met another man traveling down the staircase where we were coming up. Unfortunately, I didn't get his name, but we told him our predicament, and he mentioned the guild.
Traveling down, you say?
Yes.
On the staircase that you're coming from.
Yes.
Did he say where he was going?
He said he was going to his heart's greatest desire.
And again, he was going down that staircase.
Yes.
About 5 days ago? 6, 7, 7.
We were coming up from the knock-knock
10.
joke door, and
Sure.
we ran into him.
Probably more like a week ago.
That's most curious. That we'll definitely have to send someone to look into that.
Was he not supposed to go that way?
It's just concerning if his heart's greatest desire was in that particular direction.
Where does that direction lead?
I thought you said you came from there.
Well, we came from Barovia.
That is in that
Um,
direction.
Are you saying he's headed
He wouldn't
there?
go there, would he?
I'm not sure, but
What else is that way?
there are a number of other planes that direction that are no... Let's just say they're no better than Barovia, and leave it at that.
That's enough. I think that says a lot.
That sums it up pretty well.
Barovia is by far the oldest, and possibly the largest of the planes in that direction, but they're all equally concerning.
I'd like to know if he's being straightforward with us.
Sure, make an insight check. Can I get a vibe check, please?
Oh my god, I can
Nine.
help you with that. I can. If you want to
Hope
do that.
Hope is also trying to get a vibe check and kind of leaning into Del. Go ahead and roll it at advantage. Normally it's supposed to be before the roll.
Sorry.
27?
27.
I'm rolling it. I'm sorry.
I'm too quick.
So the vibe
Yeah.
you're getting from him is very open and welcoming. He seems genuinely amused at watching you guys come out of the door and how you handled it. He is very concerned about the direction the nomad was traveling, and especially whenever you mentioned that he was going towards his heart's desire. He is forthright, honest. He is exactly what he seems to be.
Okay.
So how did you
So,
find? Go,
go
please.
ahead.
No, you.
How
Please.
did-
You're the guest.
no, I'm curious as to your question.
Oh, I was gonna ask how you came to find yourselves on that particular part of the staircase.
Well, some of us went there voluntarily, and some of us were put there involuntarily.
Oh, well, I'd love for you to tell me the story. Please, everyone, have a seat. Let's chat for a bit. And seemingly out of nowhere, he produces a stool and just sits on it. And it's very much like it's a lower stool, so like his knees are up a little higher, and he's like leaned forward with one elbow and on a knee and the other hand on his other knee. Like, I'm listening. Like, tell me the story.
I try to pull out a stool from somewhere.
I'm looking to see if I can do the same thing.
As much as you try, there is no stool coming out from behind your back when you try to reach for one.
I'll just sit on the ground, I guess. I mean, my friend here, and I point to Delg. Delg and I were contracted to investigate some goings-on in Barovia.
Contracted by whom? You don't mind if I ask questions while you tell the story, do you?
No. His name was, or is, Angelo Morningstar.
All right, so as a continuation of your very high insight check, he does very well to hide it, but you can tell that some of the muscles in his face, like, tense up and constrict when the name Angelo Morningstar comes out of Varys's mouth. He at least knows that name, and it's not a pleasant reveal.
Seeing that, I'd sit down and join as well around the thing.
Okay.
And seeing the expressions on his face, I'd kind of chime in real quick and come to find out the Angelo probably isn't the greatest guy to be working for. The actual people, we actually never received orders from him. Henchmen, I guess, people that worked for him were trying to come for us and help us, and were warning us that he wasn't someone that we should be helping.
Fair enough.
Yes, we found out that we were sent under some false pretenses. So, no love lost there.
So he sent you to Barovia.
Yes.
What a prick.
Yes.
And your friends here? The tailed one and, well, the other tailed one?
Well, I'll let them... I mean, Delg and I happened upon Hope first, and then later Rognus, but I'll let them tell you how they arrived there, because we're not sure.
Who wants to go first?
I mean, I think I got there before Rognus. So, I was just, leaving my home and already several days on my own personal journey. And I fell asleep one night, woke up the next, and the area was different, and I found myself in Barovia.
No motivation, no cause, just fell asleep and woke up, and you were there?
I had no intention of going to this land. I do recall that night I had a dream in which Strahd von Zarevich was in it, and also my buddy Delg here. It's a very odd dream, but I didn't go there voluntarily.
It's good that you know that. And you, Infernal One, we don't often find people of your kind traversing the stairs.
How did he say that?
Make an insight check.
Yep.
I can help you with that if you want.
Me too. I mean, I already have an ongoing.
Yeah, but that's... Yeah,
I know. Yep.
God,
6.
A 43.
Well,
All right.
34.
So Rognus, I mean, it definitely like got your spidey senses tingling a little bit. There's an edge to it, but you're not quite sure what it means. It could be any number of different motivations for him saying that. Delg and a little bit Hope, you both kind of realize that the edge is there because it's not a like personal edge. It's more like somebody warning you you're in the wrong neighborhood.
Stereotypic edge.
Yeah, it's not like he's a racist. It's you're not. This is not a good neighborhood for you to be in, sir. So it's that kind of an edge.
Okay.
But again, Rognus, without them telling you that, you're not quite sure. So how did you end up in Barovia, young tiefling?
I was brought there.
By this Morningstar fellow, or by Strahd von Zarevich?
Through other means. I had some small assistance, but I think it's fair to say that I did most of it myself.
Really? You found the domain of Barovia on your own? Huh.
By chance.
That is curious indeed. Huh. So, I'm sure none of you have experience with the Everclimb, do you?
Only this past week's experience.
We have about a week's worth of experience.
It doesn't get much better, I'm afraid. And definitely odd that you're coming through the back door. But since you ended up in Barovia, it makes sense. The back staircase is directly tied to all of the, as we call them, domains of dread. That's why it's most concerning that nomadic person you passed was looking for his heart's desire there. Did you happen to meet Strahd when you were in Barovia?
I'm just gonna pull down my
Yes.
bandage and expose all of the bite marks.
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
I'm actually gonna reach into my pack and I'm gonna pull out the medallion of Strahd
Huh. And
kind of like show it and then put it back in.
how was the sad son of a bitch?
He's dead.
He's dead now.
And again, you said this nomad was traveling down? Looking for his
Yes.
heart's desire?
Yes.
I'll have to talk to the guild about that. Well, I guess, I don't know, you've passed my tests, even though they weren't really tests, so, after you. And he stands up, and the stool is suddenly not there, and gestures to the doorway that he was standing in front of for you to go through.
Who should we? Is there like an office or?
Oh, I'll take you
Uh,
around.
Oh, okay.
It's just
go
fun
up
if you
to the
see it
door
yourself
and-
first.
Okay. Is the door open or just unlocked and I can open it, or?
I mean, you can go up and try to see if it's unlocked. It's currently closed.
Sure, I'll walk up to the door.
Okay, yeah, the
Try
knob
it.
turns.
Okay.
As you
What
open
do I
the,
see?
as
the
you
door.
open the door, you see a gigantic platform. If you remember, the past couple doorways that you've gone through have gone from small platform to bigger platform to bigger platform. This platform it's about the size of Yester Hill. Giant. In the distance, across to the sides, and even like as you kind of peek through the door and look around behind you, there are staircases going in every direction. It seems like all of them end in nothing, as if the staircase leads to nowhere. All around on this platform are a series of tents, various sizes, various colors, various like banners and pennants coming off of the top. There's a commotion as you open the door. It sounds like Rognus, you, for a split second as the door opens, it sounds like you're back in Waterdeep. There are so many people around just milling about and talking to each other and laughing. There are people that you can see close by in front of a camp. One of them has a book open and is talking very like extravagantly and waving his arms and pointing at the book, and other people are like in rapt attention and like staring at what he's pointing at as if he's telling a story that everyone is involved in and engrossed in. As you one by one file into the door and just take in this sight, it's like a giant carnival. Like a circus of nomadic people that have all set up their tents in the biggest field they can find. Between the two of you in the center, Artegan comes between you, puts his arms around you and smiles and says, "Welcome to Nowhere Inn, Planeswalkers Guild," and starts leading you through the camp. As he's taking you by all of the tents, passing you around like little makeshift streetways between what seem to be kind of residential areas, you see people that are preparing seemingly for an expedition, that are getting their gear together and putting their pack all strapped up. You see people that appear to be kind of resting and kind of doing nothing while they're like listily reading a book in their cot on the front. Various people wave to you as you're passing. Everybody seems kind and jovial. Artegan, as he's taking you by, starts talking about where you are, about the Nowhere Inn. He tells you about the Planewalkers Guild that has been here for a very long time. And he guesses that it's probably been over a century. They've been so nomadic and people come and go so often that there's never been talk of erecting permanent structures at all. He talks about there being occasional freeloaders that find their way here and kind of outstay their welcome. But he says to all of you that you are absolutely welcome and that they respect any travelers of any kind and realize that everyone needs rest and relaxation from a long journey on the staircase. He mentions that you can get food here if you'd like. You can get conversation with anyone you'd like. There are places for you to supply yourselves or to sell your wares, as this is a very large hub of travel within the Infinite Staircase. He tells you that there are a couple places you can visit while you're in town, that you should check in with the Planeswalkers Guild itself. He tells you where to find that. He tells you if you're interested in a tavern or an inn, you should find the Rest and Respite. There's a tent, rather large and purple, with purple and yellow coloring, called Arcane Artifacts. There's a place you can go for food and provisions called Qingtao's Provisions. And as he finishes up his tour in the center of the Nowhere Inn, he leaves you with a jaunty salute and makes his parts his way from
you. Is there anyone in particular we should talk to at the guild?
You'd be looking for Havrun Thane. Can't miss him. He's let's just say he's very horny.
Okay.
I'll squint at that.
And
he chuckles and winks.
Can we tell them you sent us?
Sure. That door is mine to watch right now, so I'm sure that they'll know that that's where you're coming from.
And you said That was the back door.
Yes, the front door is over there. There's a staircase that leads going up. The staircase on the other side goes down. Most of the staircases do go across. I wouldn't recommend going down from here. There's really not much to find.
No, we have no intention of going down, but is this the top of that staircase, of the down staircase? Was there no stairs leading up? Out of character. Past where we
From
went?
from the platform you're on right now, from the Nowhere Inn.
No. When we came in through Dorian and all that, the main, was there more stairs going up that way?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, there were. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You had stopped because the platform you reached was the one that
Right.
the
Yeah,
man
yeah,
you
yeah.
do not know as
Okay.
Riley told you to go to.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for
I'm at your service.
Artegan?
Hope is just extremely overwhelmed with everything. This is probably the largest congregation of people that she has ever seen. So just trying to take it all in.
Take it in, Furbolg. It's a sight, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
And you, little one? Stout and thick though you may be?
I'm honestly just glancing and going from like conversation to conversation
Mm-hmm.
and reading lips for anybody that I can,
Sure.
and picking up a couple sentences and then moving on and just trying to get a good feel of what everyone's talking about, see if there's anything interesting to pick up.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of interesting things, and I'd say with your kind of predilection toward history and like knowledge, there's a couple times when you kind of catch yourself slowing down, and then the group's ahead of you, and you've got to kind of speed up to catch up with them. They're like those little groups of people that are talking so like passionately. They're all telling stories of different places they've discovered along the Infinite Staircase. Of like you hear people describing realms and planes that don't make sense based on the like natural physics of the world, and describing you catch other people talking about creatures that you have never heard of, that like the way they're describing them match nothing you've ever seen or read about. There are other people that are gambling. Everybody seems to be like they're the happy travelers, like this is the vibe of a traveler's like hub bar where everybody's just kind of like congregating there at some point on their journey that doesn't seem to be ending. Everyone is either talking about where they just came from or where they're about to go to.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Okay. Rognus, unless you have something else you'd like to say to him.
Nope.
Okay. Before he leaves, he kind of pulls you aside and pulls you in closer. It's one of those like shoulder to shoulder where he kind of just leans over and talks in your ear, like cheek to cheek almost. And he says, listen, my boy, if you do happen to come across the Alendi, just lay low, okay?
The Allende?
Yes, women, usually some sort of musical instrument, garish-looking metal bras, long serpent-like tails. Just give them a wide berth.
Will do.
They just, they have a long-standing, disgust for your species. I don't, but just be careful. Well then, have a wonderful stay. If you need anything else, I will be at the back door, where I prefer. And he kind of skips his way back to where you came from. You now find yourselves in the center of the Planewalkers Guild headquarters, called the Nowhere Inn.
Wait, I think I'm about to answer my own question.
Okay.
Yep, I just answered my own question.
As I'm scouting the area and listening to conversations and whatnot, I'd be looking for anything that sounds close to the description of Waterdeep that I have been told, or Turin, or even a village of furbolgs.
Okay.
And seeing if there's been anything of that sort being mentioned, of where they came from or where they might be going. See if I can find a direction for us.
Sure. So, because you're listening for something specific, I'm going to ask you for an investigation roll, please.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask with my observant feat, do I get any advantage for this?
Observant just improves your passive investigation.
It also allows me to read lips of languages that I understand.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to factor in the read lips into the difficulty for it. 12. No. It's a short answer.
All right.
It's so much no, none of the places they're describing even come close to matching any of that description.
All right.
Out of character, I almost didn't make you roll.
Fair enough. That's fine.
Okay.
It's been a while since we've been around nice, kind people, and I'm just taking it all in. Delg would be definitely just paying attention to everybody talking, sticking with conversations that have anything to do with like religion or history, and be very intrigued on all the creatures and planes that I've never heard of before. So I'd be quite distracted.
Okay. Well, like I said, you're at the center of a new town. The day and the action is yours. Please enjoy.
I'd want to go straight to the guild, honestly. I want to explore, but after we try and get some direction.
Every once in a while, I'll stop and I'll look at everybody else and just relay some of the things that I've heard being said about random creatures in the plains that I've never heard exist before. Just almost like a kid in a candy shop, just super excited just because there's so much more out there that I didn't know. You know, I pride myself on knowing as much as I can know about the areas and whatnot, you know, and just some of the things that I hear just unrealistic.
Keep an ear or an eye out for anyone talking about Waterdeep.
Yeah, that seems too ordinary by the sounds of everything I'm seeing. That seems way too ordinary for anything.
Yeah, well.
But I'm definitely
maybe
trying to
there's
figure.
some newbies around that don't really know any better. You know?
Yeah. I'm good to go talk with the Havrun Vane.
I'll spell that for you, by the way. It's HAV''RUN. Last name THAIN.
Cool.
THAIN.
Havrun Thane.
All right.
So you're all heading to the... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Hope.
Yeah, just totally out of it, spaced out, looking at everything. So we're going to the guild HQ? The hell is that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, lead the way.
We can explore the rest of this place. I would like to go buy the arcane artifacts.
And I would like to see if they have something other than wine here.
But yeah, we should go. We should go try and figure out a direction and how to get where we're going first, and then we can kind of have a look around.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Hey, Rognus, what were you two talking about right before you left?
Apparently those things that we entertained on the stairwell. Remember those?
The harp.
Yeah, the
flying
winged
things?
creatures.
Yeah. Apparently we don't get along very well, or they don't get along with people like me. So
That's interesting.
They didn't seem very hostile.
they didn't, which is curious. I'm not sure who I
Yeah.
should believe, but I'll at least be a little careful if we run into any more of those things.
What, are they not like sorcerers or something? I don't understand. I've met one other tiefling and they were extremely kind, much like yourself. And how they could hold a grudge against that.
Sometimes grudges like that are not based on
The
any
good apples.
individual, but a perception of the way a race is based on some experience in the past. Or not even an experience, perhaps. Perhaps just what other people have told them. They decide they don't like all of those people. It's very intolerant. It's not for rational minds.
Horrible. I don't
Yes.
understand. People do that. Anyway, to the headquarters, I guess.
Yep.
The guilds.
For the HQ. Is there a big neon sign that says plane?
Well, he showed us where it's at.
Yeah, he kind of pointed
he
it
said
out. He
the
pointed
four
out all the
things.
points of interest. The tent that he pointed out as the kind of headquarters of the Planewalkers Guild is the biggest tent around. It's probably about twice the size of Luvash and Argal's tent in the Vistani camp.
Okay.
So
Wow.
Okay.
pretty sizable.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
And it's fairly located in the center of this platform. And there's a lot of hustle and bustle of people passing by the front door, going in, going out. And as you approach and look inside, you see that it's very much laid out like a modern day bank, where there's kind of a small reception area. There seem to be a couple makeshift tables that have been set up along the sides where people are diligently working and inscribing things into books. You see toward the back of the room, the majority of the back half of the room is kind of cordoned off, and there is just bookshelf after bookshelf after bookshelf after bookshelf, like at weird angles to each other. It's like a forest maze of nothing but floor to ceiling books. Some books like stacked up on the ground in front of the bookcases, some books on top of the bookcases, and there's a couple people that are kind of meandering through the shelves and like pulling books down and taking like armfuls of books with them. In the other back corner of the room, there appears to be a raised platform with a gate that like a gateway, like almost like a stanchion, like the velvet ropes, behind which you see seated at a very nice ornate desk, a seemingly giant figure. From about here down, from what you can see, there's a thick mane of like almost not matted, but like very stiff brown, darkish, like almost black fur. And from the upper portion is the muscular figure of a man with a bull-like head and two horns, who seems to be humming to himself as he writes in a book, a ledger on the table. Next to him, very like focused, head down, is a large feather-covered winged creature that I don't believe any of you would have ever seen before. Out of character, looks almost like an Aarakocra, but it's not.
Okay. Well, I think that's probably the person we're looking for.
Sounds about right.
We'll make our way over to the VIP area.
As you get close, there is a guard that kind of steps in front of the gate and says, "Excuse me, can I help you?"
Yes, please. We would like to speak with Havrun Thane if he's available. Our Tegan said he's the one we should speak to.
Do you have an appointment?
No, we're newly arrived. Is there any time in Mr. Thane's schedule where we could get 5 minutes or so?
I'm sure we can arrange that. He is busy at the moment, perusing the ledgers for the day. Perhaps in a few hours you could come back. I could have him ready for you.
Yes, we can wander about for a few hours. What's your name?
My name? My name
Yes.
is Stefan.
Stefan. My name is Varys, Stefan. It is nice to meet you.
It is a pleasure to meet you too. Hopefully you're finding our home acceptable.
It's fascinating.
It is, isn't it?
Well, more than acceptable. Really, really neat.
Well,
What are the books over there?
the books over there? Oh, well, that is the planar library. It's a catalog of all of the different places we found along the infinite staircase and beyond.
There are that many?
Indeed.
Can anybody
Is it-
look through the books?
Yeah, that's my question too.
Unfortunately, only members of the Planewalkers Guild are allowed in the stacks.
And how does one become a member of the Planewalkers Guild?
Well, of course, dues are involved. You must make an application and speak with the head of the guild, which would happen to be the person you're speaking with later.
Where do I
Yeah.
get
Yes,
an
ask that.
application?
Yeah.
It's just a conversation. Make sure to bring it up when you're meeting with him later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Hopefully we can welcome you into our ranks. I will warn you, however, it's not easy to get to the rank that allows you into those stacks. But it's possible.
Well, we have a couple hours to kill. What should we do?
Let's go.
Should we
Just a
go?
rest and respite.
Should we go?
Get some
Yeah,
real food.
secure some lodgings and get some food. All right, sounds good.
Actually sit down on something other than stairs?
Yes.
Yes. Well, by all means, make your way to the rest and respite. Please tell Alyssa that you are honored guests of the Planewalkers Guild, awaiting
Alyssa?
Alyssa. Yes. Please tell your honored guests that are awaiting an audience with Havrun.
You are most kind. Thank you.
Well, travelers are always welcome here.
Okay. To the rest and respite.
So, as you head out and go to the tent area where Artegan had mentioned was the rest and respite. Hang on for 1 second. We're going to change the ambiance a little bit. The inn itself is probably the second largest tent in the area. So large, in fact, that there are other tents inside of it, which are, you could easily guess coming into this area, probably the rooms that they would rent out for other people.
Adorable.
They seem to be fairly large tents. They're all in their own kind of area. And those areas are far enough apart to give a little bit of privacy. There is a number of people inside, sitting around, talking. You see the same sort of jovial, passionate conversations that you had seen before in your course through the streets of the Nowhere Inn. There is a young woman behind the bar who has long blonde locks tied up behind her head and behind her ears so that they don't fall over her shoulders. She's wearing very similar garb to everyone else you've seen. Very colorful, almost patchwork, loose-fitting clothing. Seems to be well-worn but well-maintained. Definitely a professional traveler's attire, if you will. She has a smile on her face and is hastily going about getting people the drinks and things she needs. In the corner of the room, there's a stage. And on the stage, there is a bard performing on a lyre. And the song is this kind of joyous ballad that instantly strikes you as a stark contrast to everything that you had seen in Barovia. There is hope in his voice. There is love in his voice. The kind of soft tenor lilt that is his tone, like, reverberates through the air, and you can't help but smile a little bit when you hear him sing. The song he sings, I can tell you the words of the song he sings. And
Please.
I'll also tell you that it's not that important that you remember them, so don't feel like you need to write them down, and I can always tell you what they are later. The songs of the words of the song are, "Oh, the river Styx is a putrid stream. Oceanus is too good for me. Olympus takes too long to climb. Yggdrasil is just a tree. But the infinite staircase takes you there. The grand old stair goes everywhere. A few short steps will bring us home and fulfill our every dream."
So fucking cool.
So it's clearly like a love song to the infinite staircase and the road and the journey of travelers.
This place is amazing.
It's really, really nice to be somewhere other than Barovia.
You can say that again.
And also, it's really nice that people are nice to you. And they actually want to talk to you.
What's that like?
And they actually answer your questions when you ask them. They don't talk in circles or, treat you like you're some freaky stranger. Wow. I'm so jaded by that place. All right. Well, I guess we'll go up to the bar. Who's hungry?
Yeah,
I
I'm
like
definitely
food.
I'll
want
walk up and
other
say,
than wolf.
just try to get her attention, and
Oh, hello. How
Are
are
you
you?
I am doing very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's nice to see you. You're not from around here. Did you just get in?
Yes. Are you by any chance Alyssa?
As advertised, yes, I am.
Oh, good. Stefan said we should come and speak to you about lodgings and getting a meal and a drink, something like that.
Absolutely. How many rooms were you hoping to get?
I don't know. Does everyone want their own room? Are we sharing?
I mean, I don't need to be alone, but
I think I'll get my own room. There'll be
I'll share a room
change.
with you, Hope, if you'd like.
Sure.
How much do the rooms cost to rent?
Oh, they're free.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, we have, I believe, tents 5, 6, and 9 are all available. It's that one there, the one right next to it, and then across the room in the other area would be the 9 tent. They're all labeled. You can't miss them.
Okay.
And as far as food and drink, are you hungry and thirsty now, or did you want to settle in first?
I think I'll sit and eat first.
Yeah, let's eat.
Wonderful.
Sure.
Any dietary restrictions that we should know about? Allergies?
No-
Food aversions?
No wolf.
We can do
Just
that.
Don't want wolf.
Sure.
Do you have vegetables?
Absolutely.
Oh my god, yes. All the vegetables, please.
I can
Do
do
you
that.
Do you have like whiskey or ale or brandy or?
We do. Unfortunately, those are not included with our generosity. Those we do charge for.
That's fine.
Well,
That's fine.
what would you like? We have whiskey, we have ale, we have mead, and we have our house specialty as well, if you'd like that. We call it Star Clear.
Okay. I'll have one of those,
Yeah.
and I would like lamb chops
We,
and
we can do lamb chops.
vegetables.
Absolutely.
I'll take one of your specialties, and we'll just, lamb sounds fine too.
All right. So the Star Clear is 30 gold a bottle. Is that something that you can manage?
Yes.
Yes.
I think one bottle would do for the two of you. Sound fair?
Okay.
That is
And-
a dwarf that you're talking to, so I think he might.
That's why I'm confirming.
I
Listen,
can always get more
listen.
later.
This is a celebration meal, so I'm going to get my own bottle. Thank you.
Fair.
And I'll put 30 gold on the counter.
And the quiet one? Is there anything I can bring for you?
Just some sort of steak.
All right. Any particular cut you'd like?
Decent one.
Anything to drink?
No, thank you.
All
Do
right.
you-
Alright.
Do
Are you
have
all right, Ragnus?
fruit juice by any chance?
If we have vegetables, we surely have fruit.
Oh, this is amazing. Toss in some fruit in there, and if you have any juice at all, I will take that. Any water. Water is great too.
We obviously have water.
This place is great.
Well, I'll be back with your drinks first, and then I'll get our chef working on your food. She hustles away. A serving person comes over pretty shortly thereafter, sets a bottle in front of each of you and a glass in front of each of you. Also sets 2 more glasses on the table with their lids down in case anyone else would like to share. Please deduct a 30 gold from each of your purses for the
Yes.
the Star Clear.
Already done. I'll pour myself a little bit. Hope, would you like some or no?
I mean,
Just a
is
little
it?
bit?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what it is either. I'll take a smell. What does it smell like?
It smells like you're walking through a botanical garden. It smells like
Oh, you.
roses and honey and clover and sweetness, but not too sweet. It smells like heaven.
I hold it up to Hope and say, "You got it. Smell this."
Wow. Okay.
I mean, you don't have to have too much. You just
No.
have a
yeah.
little taste.
Just a smidge, just a little
All
bit.
right. I'll pour a little bit in the glass. Ragnus, are you sure you don't want any of this? It smells like heaven.
It smells divine. You should really
I
give it a
mean,
good sniff.
It smells right up your alley.
I would have poured a glass for me, and I'd start drinking it.
Rognus, as you're pondering whether to take a glass from Varys, you watch as Delg takes a hearty swig of this liquid, and instantly his body just like relaxes in the chair, and his mouth kind of is like open a little bit as he's holding the glass, and his eyes kind of roll back in his head a little bit. It's like you're drinking the nectar of the gods. It is so incredibly delicious. This is hands down the best thing you've ever tasted in your life.
Wow.
Rognus, can you please make a history check for me?
It's another one of my really good ones.
Well, that's
I
good.
can help you with that as you're
I'm
rolling.
being sarcastic.
Oh.
Hope said she can help you with it, so go for it. And it was before the number came up.
I could, but I think I'm too relaxed to help anybody.
Hey,
Aw.
that's worse.
Oh, man.
All right.
32?
Change the color of your dice.
Yeah,
Okay, but-
change the die color.
It's one thing I get.
Superstition.
Like, I get. Just as a quick aside, if we could break the mold really quick, I get not getting any like bonuses or anything added to the number, but it does seem that like when you have like zeros and ones and stuff, it always rolls low. Like it knows
Yeah.
that you suck at these things, and it's just gonna go right out and say like, yeah, you really suck at these things. I'm just throwing it out there.
Son.
I'm a newer player. It's something I noticed. Anyway, rant over. Changing the color.
Immediately thinks back to Friday and all of the helped rolls and none of them doing.
Yep. So yeah, there's something peculiar about his reaction that like kind of tingles the back of your memory, but you're not sure.
I'll drink some. What happens to me?
Same thing. I mean, it's like it's an injection of euphoria. It is the alcoholic equivalent of like shooting heroin. Like it is just instant peacefulness and bliss.
So the real question is,
Embarrassing. Wait till we get to the
it's
rooms,
alcoholic.
Mhm.
It seems to be the best thing in the world. Are you able to just keep drinking before you get too drunk, or?
I mean, you've had one sip. I challenge you to test it.
And, like,
Wait, you gotta wait till he starts making you roll Constitution.
I know. Well, that's,
God.
but that's I guess that's what I'm asking. Like after
Yeah, keep drinking.
I take one sip and then I so good, I enjoy it. I'll take another swig, and I guess during the second swig, I would actually want to like, can I taste that it's alcoholic? I guess like, not how. Out of character, you could tell like you got a lot of vodka in that.
Yeah.
Or,
I mean, it tastes like mead. You've had mead before. It tastes very similar to mead. It's just there's something about this mead that is just so unique and astronomically good.
all right. Well,
That's
I'd
well
probably
worth the price, right, Del? Pretty tasty.
I'd probably just end up finishing a glass and pouring a second one, waiting for the lamb.
Yeah, same.
As you're settling in and taking in your surroundings and trying to get used to the fact that this is not Barovia. This is not a dark, dour place of people who are just upset and pissed off and depressed all the time.
People who want to talk.
And people actually answer your questions. It takes a short time. It's not too long. And out from the kind of chef area behind the bar, which is open, and you can see them preparing all the food. There's like a train of serving people that come out with these platters and set the food in front of you. It looks better than you expected. There's a full vegetable medley for Hope of just like carrots and like cabbage that's been boiled, like with a little hint of like meat and smoke, but it's just enough to like flavor the cabbage. It's not really meaty. There's Brussels sprouts, broccoli, like every vegetable that you've thought of is probably on this plate. The steak is a giant, like T-bone, with a nice little like medley of like mashed potatoes that have been sliced and seasoned. Both of the lamb chops smell delicious. They're French cut, with the bones exposed. Nice little vegetable medley on the side. It's a very fine meal that is definitely not wolf.
You try the mint sauce, Delg. It's excellent with the lamb. Delicious. I forgot what real food is like.
It's been
Right,
so
I think-
long.
I think at this point, I would quit like looking around and listening to conversations, and I'm just gonna focus on enjoying the meal and the drink. Yeah, just quietly eating, enjoying not having to watch behind my back right now while eating non-wolf.
Yes.
Rognus is still keeping an eye out.
Okay, make a perception check for me, Rognus. $14. Your table is drawing some attention. Looking around, a lot of the other tables that have food on them don't have as much of a spread as yours, despite having as many people as you do, if not more. There are people that you've noticed as you look around, like kind of staring, and as you look, they go back to what they were doing. It doesn't seem like they were like staring at you menacingly or aggressively. It was just they were staring, and then you caught them. You notice at least one, if not 2 or 3 tables that are like unabashedly looking at you and talking to each other about your table. You're the newcomers in town, and people have taken notice. And for whatever reason, you have a feast, and everyone else is eating normal food.
So as much as we're all enjoying ourselves here, I think it's good to remind yourselves that although we're not in Barovia anymore, we are also not in Barovia anymore.
I don't.
Barovia was not a great place, and it was a strange land, but you all, especially more than I, but eventually I became comfortable with it, became comfortable with some of the people. I think it'd be good to recognize that we don't know anything about this place and the people. This all seems a little too good to be true. Let's just still try and keep our wits about us. I don't mean to be a downer, but I've got a funny feeling.
As he mentions that, I'd stop eating for a second. I'll take a look around, and this time I'm actually going to be looking for guards of some sort. People watching everybody, maybe weapons that they're equipped with just in case, like, I guess, powerful people in a sense, you know? Because obviously it's, reminds me of somewhat of a town, and there seems to be somewhat of a structure, so.
Mm-hmm.
I'll quietly cast Detect Magic and look around as well.
What school of magic is Detect Magic?
Ooh, that is a good question. And if I had my player
Divination.
handbook
Oh, I
with
can help
me-
with that.
Okay,
There you go.
divination. All right.
Okay. So I'm going to use your passive perception for looking around Delg, if you
Okay.
don't mind.
Yeah.
You notice a number of guards. but they don't seem to be like holding post and sternly looking about for danger. You notice like one of them has like their foot on a bench and is like talking to a table with a smile on his face and kind of joking around with them. There's one that's at the bar, kind of standing there talking to Alyssa as she's bartending. And you notice a couple others that are like eating at a table. There is a presence of a guard. They are all recognizable by a unique dress. They all are armed, but they don't seem to be like guarding, if that makes sense. You do also see them, like, you get the sense that they're ready for action, and if something were to go down, they would immediately spring to deal with it.
Okay.
They're just not like, they're not like Kresk, where they're all like grumpy and just like, okay, go ahead, do something. You know what I mean?
Okay. I guess with that, would I get a feeling like not usually a lot happens action-wise here, and that's maybe why they're, or
I mean, I'd say you could put together, looking at them and their level of ease in what is probably the social hub of the town, that not much happens, but it is a very nomadic town as well, where you've heard conversations of people who just got here or who are about to leave, and that's the only conversations you really heard on the way in.
Okay.
So, like, easily people could come here and start trouble because they don't know this
Right.
place. But they seem very friendly, at least.
okay.
Varys. As you cast Detect Magic, you're a pilot in real life. You know what it's like, you know what it looks like when you drive over a city at night?
Yeah.
The whole room.
Okay.
Everyone.
Okay. The guards,
Yes.
their weapons.
Yes.
Is that what it is? Okay.
More than just their weapons.
Oh, all right.
It's-
armor. Stuff.
There are so many things within the radius of Detect Magic that you
Yeah.
can't tell one from another. It is a
Okay.
blur of ping.
Okay. I'll drop concentration on that.
It's-
Seems like it might be uncomfortable. Oh, whew, that was a lot. Okay. Interesting place.
Rognus, I trust your intuition with all this. I really do. Pretty much ever since we met you, you've always been in survival mode. I hope you're, able to enjoy your meal, but I appreciate the perspective.
Yes, I mean, we've earned a little respite. We're in the rest and respite. We've earned this. Don't lose your wits, but, try to enjoy the moment. There'll be plenty of time for all of that later. Continue to eat my lamb chops.
Right. About how many glasses does a bottle fill?
4.
4. How big are my glasses?
Well, it's a
Pint
traditional
sizes?
bottle of wine fills 4 glasses.
Okay.
4 8-ounce glasses.
Okay.
Oh, I got the impression that we had like shot glasses.
That's
No,
It's
no,
like
no,
a-
no.
It's like a glass, like a mug or something.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
okay.
You
Well-
want to do anything else? Sorry.
No, I just trying to figure out, because probably with the meal, by the time it's finished, I'd probably pour the last bit of it into my glass, and I'd probably drink 2 with the meal, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then finish off the bottle at the end of it, and just kind of go back to reading conversations
Sure.
and slowly drink the last bit of the.
Yeah. More of the same. I will say this particular scene, it's very much like you're at a nice restaurant with the 4 of you. Like, drink a bottle of wine with dinner, hang out, have conversation. This whole town is very much driven by you guys and what you'd like to do. So if there's conversations you'd like to have, like post Barovia,
Barovia's
debrief
in the
or
past.
no,
Why
I get
are
that.
we gonna bring up Barovia?
I get that. So I'm taking all of your leads right now. I mean, I have things that
Right.
that are gonna happen to you in this town, but this is at your pace.
Okay.
I think I might go to my tent or the room.
Okay.
I'll finish up that, and I'm gonna go meditate. So
All right.
I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna go rest and meditate. They said a couple of hours, so I'm guessing.
Did you
About
not
another-
want to go to any of the shops?
I feel like we might be here for a little bit, and I probably can go later. I just
Okay.
off the feet, lots of stairs, lots of running. Just kind
Fair
of
enough.
enjoy the rest part of the respite.
Yes.
Two things. One, which tent are you taking? 5, 6, or 9?
I guess I don't matter. I'll take 5. Right? I don't know. Was there differences?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No, they look pretty much the same.
Okay, so I'll just take number 5.
Okay. All right. It's important to note that you just finished a bottle of this Evermead, or I'm sorry, of the Starclear, and you thought you'd be a little drunker than you are.
Okay.
Like it's definitely alcohol. You definitely feel a little tipsy, but you just finished a bottle and you're like, okay.
So while I'm in my tent, I don't intend on sleeping. Maybe just meditating.
Okay.
Reaching out and seeing if I could connect with Eldith at all. Just knowing so many times that I was in Barovia, the disconnect, knowing that I'm not back on the normal plane, seeing if there's any sight of maybe more of a connection again.
Sure. Is there anything in particular you're saying or doing to non-spell
not really.
commune with Eldith?
Just I mean, it's more of a test, you know. If I feel like there's a connection, I'm just gonna thank her for all the help that she's sent us while in Barovia that she could, and ask her for good fortune as we continue on our journey. See if there's anything that she wants me to do, because I usually follow her word.
Inside of a tent is not a normal place where you would feel a breeze or smell kind of vegetation and plant life, but you get a very strong smell kind of pass by you and feel a light breeze on your face, as if you're standing in a clearing of a forest on a lightly breezy spring day, just as the flowers are starting to bloom for the season. It's a stronger connection and feeling than you've had since Barovia. There's definitely a feeling of the energy flowing through you, and you have this almost expectation that if you were to possibly cast a spell or try to invoke her energy, that it would be ready at your hands immediately.
That's a nice feeling since before. Sometimes I didn't know if my spells were going to go off at all.
Mm-hmm. Which leaves 3 of you at the table finishing up your dinner. Delk has excused himself to go meditate and rest.
Varys,
Yeah,
I'd
go
be
ahead.
interested in checking out one of those shops with you if you're heading out.
Yeah, I would like to go to the arcane artifacts. Was that what it's called? PM?
Mhm.
Okay. I'd like to go to the arcane artifacts to see if one, what they have, and two, if they want to buy a couple of the things that we're not going to use.
Sure.
I'm interested in, going out and exploring as much as you guys. But when we get the chance, before, I think probably before we actually go and rest, would you mind if I talk to you guys? It doesn't have to be right now. It's okay. We can go have fun and check things out and obviously work off this fantastic meal that we just had. But yeah, whenever you guys have a chance.
Okay, is it something we need privacy for, or can we talk to? Yes, privacy. Okay.
Probably, yeah.
All right. When we get back, then how about go have a look around the shop and then come back and talk.
Okay. I wonder what they have at this place. I'm really curious.
Yeah, me too. All right. Shall we go? I'll put the remainder of my bottle. I should have about 2 doses left in my bag.
Sure.
Have a nightcap.
Heading to the tent that was pointed out to you as the home of arcane artifacts, which I believe was the purple and yellow tent. You head in and are greeted by hang on, I'm looking for the ambiance. Where the heck did it go? I'm missing all of my sounds, folks. All of them. They're all gone.
We can improv them. What do you need?
I need Twin Peaksy.
Oh shit. Just pull up Twin Peaks.
Oh no, that's not gonna work. I can't use that one. Here we go. So as you head into this tent, there are shelves lining the whole tent. And behind the counter in the back, there stands this very proper-looking humanoid man, or human man, who is flipping through pages of a ledger and occasionally making little check marks next to certain things. He looks up and kind of smiles and nods at you and gestures to the walls around, saying, if you'd like to look around, you can.
My name is Ferris. What is your name?
Orwell. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Orwell?
Yes.
It is nice to meet you too, Orwell.
Yes.
I wonder, do you buy things as well as sell things?
Well, that depends. Are you a member of the Planeswalkers Guild?
Not at the moment.
Then
It's hopeful.
unfortunately, all I can do is buy.
All you can do is buy? I can't buy anything from you.
That is correct.
Okay. That's great, because that's actually what I'm interested in at the moment.
Well, we do offer some
Oh.
simple traveling wares if you need that, adventuring gear, but the stuff you see on the shelves is not for sale unless you're a member of the guild.
Okay, that's fair. But I have a couple of things I would like to sell.
Oh, yes.
So I'll reach into the bag of holding and first pull out the Mace of Terror.
Oh, my.
What a thing to lead with.
That is downright terrifying.
while it is a very intriguing weapon, none in my party are too keen on using it.
I can see why.
Yes, it is an acquired taste for a particular type of person, I suppose. Would this be worth anything to you?
Oh, let me take a look at it. What is it that you said this thing does?
I'm pretty sure, from what I can tell, it makes people afraid. It also packs a little bit of a wallop as well.
I see.
But, yes.
You're willing to part with it, you said?
Yes, and I have a couple of other things too. We'll start with this one.
Well, it looks like it has some marring on it. It's like it's been used or dropped a few too many times, yes?
Well, it came from a quite dreadful place, so yes, it's not new.
Where did you say you got this from?
I didn't.
If you'd be so kind, it will help me to appraise the item for you.
It came from Barovia.
Oh my. One of the domains of dread itself. Well, that certainly is better. Let us see here. I could perhaps do 4,000 gold for it.
I was thinking more like 5,000.
I don't know. It does have a little bit of wear and tear on it, as you can see. 4,000 is what I'm comfortable with. And only because it's from Barovia. Has a certain collector's flair to it, if you know what I mean.
See, I would think that would make it more valuable, but what would you say to 4,500?
Make a persuasion check.
All right.
Love this so much.
Persuasion. 14.
How much did you say again?
4,500.
I could do 43. That's the most I could possibly do.
Deal.
Wonderful.
Make a note of that. Okay.
If you don't mind, we'll do the exchange of money afterwards, after you've shown me what you'd like to sell.
That's fine. All right. Then, would spellbook be of use or of any value?
I guess it depends on what's in the spell book, but not much.
All right. I'll take out the Archmage's spellbook and show that to him.
Yes, this was at one point held by a powerful wizard, it seems.
Yes, does the name, shit, I don't have any of my notes.
The name Shit does not ring a bell. I'm unfamiliar with that particular wizard.
Hold on, give me a second. What was her name? Who's got the tome? It's the
Oh shit.
the girl from the tome. The elf, the dark elf.
God.
Wizard. One hold, please.
I'll be here whenever you're ready.
Shit. It might be a minute. Move on to something else. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'll take out the rod of the Pact Keeper.
Yes, this rod here looks interesting.
Also, all of these things are from the land of Barovia.
Oh, well, that definitely increases their value for resale. And what does this do again?
Well, it is sort of specific. Only usable by warlocks.
Warlocks, you say?
Yes.
Out of character, I can't remember which one I gave to you. Plus
It's
one?
a +1.
It's +1,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, it allows warlocks to be a little more flexible with their magic.
Magic isn't an easy sell for my clientele. 350 is the most I could do.
350? 350?
Yes, as I said, magic is not really something that we get much of a call for.
Her name was Petrina Velikovna, by the way.
Yep, that's it. That's the one. All right. Okay. I'll just hold on to this a little while longer.
Right.
And the book was owned by, or written in by Petrina Velikovna of Barovia.
And who was that?
I was wondering if you had heard of her. It's okay if you haven't. She was a very powerful wizard.
You know, looking...
Some say she was very close to Strahd von Zarevich himself.
Not wrong there, buddy.
You know, looking through this tome, I see basic spells like Detect Magic, Identify, Stone Skin, Scrying, Teleport, Prestidigitation. This is a very banal spell book. The time stop in there, though. That is something I can use. How much are you asking for it?
I would say 1,500 gold.
1,500.
Yes. There are some higher level spells in there.
Well,
More powerful spells.
and just to confirm, you're offering the book, not for me to copy the spell.
Yes, I have no use for it. It will do me no good.
Sold.
Okay. All right. I think. Ace of Terror. I think that's all I have for now.
As you are kind of wrapping up your negotiations, and the items are on the table, and he's kind of cataloging them, counting out money behind the table, putting it into a small little coin purse for you. Delg walks in behind you, joining you.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
How you guys doing?
We are making
just doing
business. I'm
good.
very
Little
happy,
business.
very happy to see all of you today.
You,
He seems
Just so you
positively.
know,
you buy
Doug.
stuff?
No, we cannot buy yet because we are not members of the guild yet. So we can only sell at the moment.
Oh, so they buy stuff.
Yes.
Yes.
What kind of items do you buy?
Well, anything that has some sort of special purpose.
Have you already sold your stuff?
Have we concluded our transaction?
Yeah, he's counting out money for you, so
Okay.
might take a little bit, but yeah, he's done. He's giving it to you.
Okay.
Does anybody else have anything to sell?
Go ahead if you do.
Well, as he finishes up, I guess I have a few things that I'd like to see.
Yes, what is that?
I have an obsidian scepter with gold fillery.
Did I...
I wish.
It's not magic though, right?
No, it's just legit an obsidian scepter with gold fillery.
Okay.
So
He kind of takes it and investigates it in his hands and says, It does not seem that there are any arcane properties to this. It's a scepter? Is it anything else?
That's all I've seemed that it
Hmm.
was to me. I couldn't tell anything else from it.
No, unfortunately, the people that come here and there through the village, through the town, find things like this all the time. That's not much I can do with this, I'm afraid.
That's fine. So, nothing or worth to you.
Unfortunately not. I simply don't think I can resell it. All somebody would have to do is go to another plane and explore to find treasure to bring back.
Right, and that's why I asked what you buy.
Well, special
Standard.
items, things with extraordinary properties.
Extraordinary properties. Okay. Well, then I think I'm going to keep the stuff I have since you don't seem to be interested. That is fine.
So sorry to be a disappointment to you. Here you are, Mr. Varys. Your money. Enjoy. It's a business doing pleasure with you, as they say. Little joke.
Yes, and you as well. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. If that's all, and I would like to go back to my work, unless you have something, young tiefling.
No, I was more intrigued in purchasing, but if it's a guild requirement, I don't fulfill that yet.
Well, as I said, I do offer adventuring supplies if you need to restock yourselves. In particular, I do have Balissian torches, if you'd like. It's a gold for one. Very nice for traveling along the staircase. Also rope and things of that nature if you need it. But the magical items, unfortunately, are for guild members only.
What's the Elysium torch?
Well, I'm sure you've seen them along the infinite staircase, the Everclimb as it is colloquially known. They simply cannot be extinguished on their own. They have an everlasting amount of fuel.
I'll take one of those.
Just one? I said they're 1 gold apiece. You seem to have a lot of my gold in your purse now.
Well, if it lasts forever, I shouldn't need more than one, should I?
Fair, it is a hard sell.
Plus, I'm pretty good at seeing in the dark as it is, so.
I
Seeing in the dark? What?
do not doubt.
He has these really cool torches, Hope, that have an unlimited amount of fuel. They can't
That's
be
amazing.
extinguished, but except by the wielder, I guess?
Rognus, I'm gonna... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just asking, can once they're lit, they're just lit, or can the owner
No,
turn them off?
you can extinguish it. If you pour water over it, it will go out. It's just...
Oh, okay.
On its own, it will burn forever.
Oh, okay.
That's why
Yes,
we use it as lighting along the stairwell.
I see. Oh, those are the torches out there. Okay. I will take one. Just one for me.
Rognus, can you please make another history check for me, please?
Yeah.
15 will do it. So you recognize these. These are a very specific kind of wood that is known in elven circles for the properties he described. And this also kind of like clicks the gear into place for how the drink was being described to something that you had tried very hard to get into stock at your tavern in Waterdeep and could never find a way to do it. You have a hunch that what they drank is a thing called Evermead, which is a very highly prized liqueur made by elves that is aged for centuries before being bottled. And the reason you had wanted to get it for the tavern was because you had heard that even a single sip was said to be, quote, like tasting the higher planes themselves. It's the Elvish connection that clicked it for you.
Okay. So with my knowledge of these torches, there's not like a catch to it.
Mm-mm. They're
Like,
just torches
they
with...
can be,
yeah.
But they,
Sorry.
like, okay, we douse them with water, but can they ever be reignited again? Okay.
Are you allowed to describe the items you have in here, even though we can't buy them yet? Could we maybe make a note of them in case we do make entrance to the guild and then come back?
He gestures to the walls where there are over 50 to 75 different items.
Okay. Are
Saying,
they labeled?
I mean, no. It's
No. Okay.
It seems like it's one of those boutique shops where like like he walks you through what he has or says, "Well, what are you looking for today?" and then takes you to kind of where
Right.
you
All
want.
So Ragnas, if you wanted to, window shop a little bit, if you ask him what you're looking for, maybe make a note for later.
I mean, something I've been curious about is just trying to improve my defensive capabilities a little bit. So even if there's something maybe non-magical or non-arcane that could possibly help with that for one of my abilities.
Well, sure, we have many things in our stock that helps with protection of various kinds, be it of the physical nature or different elemental protections. We have all of those things. Unfortunately, I will tell you that our stock does rotate rather frequently, and it will probably be some time before you are able to shop here. I'm not sure window shopping today will necessarily let you know what will be here when you can purchase.
So is it as simple as joining the guild, or does one need to have a special place in the guild before they are allotted some purchase?
It is only journeyman guild members who are able to purchase. Yes.
Journeyman. Okay.
If that is all, I will go back to my bookkeeping.
I think so.
Well, thank you for your business. I'm sure many planewalkers will enjoy the fruits of your labor in Barovia.
Thank you, Orwell. Hope to see you soon.
Wonderful. Thank you. He waves as you leave the tent.
All right. Was there only one other place he mentioned, the or the general store type place?
Ching Tao's Provisions.
Ching Tao's Provisions. Do we need any provisions?
We could probably we can probably grab that once we decide where we're going.
Yeah, probably should wait on that.
Probably should.
How much time do we have? Do you think before?
You could probably go back now.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I assume no matter what happens, we will be at least spending. Is there a day-night cycle in here?
You have not noticed one.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
I'm sure we'll be. I'll put it this way. I'm sure we'll be taking a rest, a longer rest, right, before we leave. Yes. Okay. So we can talk after, or before we go and rest. Okay. All right. So let's go back. Go back to the guild, shall we? See if we can speak to Havrun Thane.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Heading back to the giant tent and passing the pink tent that you were pointed out is the provisions tent. You make your way into the grand tent with the library and the Minotaur and Eerie in the back. Or, I'm sorry, Kiri in the back. And we're going to take a break there, because it's about 10:15.
All right.
before you have a chance to talk to the head of the Planewalkers Guild and see what information they can give for you. Chat, hang tight, get up, stretch, get yourself a drink, get a beverage. We'll be back in like 10-15 minutes. See you soon. When last we left off, the party had made their way back to the Planewalkers Guild headquarters, a seemingly combination library and bank vibe, and made their way back to Stefan, the guard, who... Go ahead.
On the way to, as Doug was looking through his pack, he remembered the silver staff, or the long staff, and the horn, and the silver balls, and he will be scanning the crowd to see if anybody has anything similar to that.
Please remind the DM what the hell you're talking about.
The musket.
Oh, the musket. Yeah, the silver staff and the balls and the yeah. Uh-huh.
Doug has got
So
a
good.
gun.
Oh god. Can we please, Ash, can we please do a t-shirt of Delg holding that thing that just says Delg has got a gun? Can we please do that?
I'm literally
Oh
gonna
my
write
God.
a note right now.
Oh my god. Even with your passive perception, I'm going to ask you to make a perception check, please.
Okay.
15. You see a number of odd weapons that don't match kind of any style of weaponry or things of that nature. You do not see any other metal staffs with holes in them and ball bearings and sacks
Right.
of powder, which you have identified as gunpowder. Sadly. Yeah, so making your way into this tent and making your way back. As you approach the Minotaur sitting at his desk, he is sitting back with his hands on his chest, kind of slumped down in the chair a little bit, as the bird-like creature seems to be talking right into his ear, very like grumpily and like with like a lot of like force and emotion. And as you approach, he kind of just waves him off and gestures for you to come up and approach the table and says, "Welcome, travelers, to the Nowhere Inn. Peace be to all your families."
Could I tell what the bird was saying in his ear?
Sure. He was arguing over the way that the Minotaur had handled a particular arbitration incident that had happened earlier.
Okay, so I
Wasn't
just
about
want
you.
to know if it was like about seeing us or something.
No.
Okay.
So, what brings you to
Muted.
our place?
Uh-oh. No. You did your string thing. I don't know if that's okay.
Chad, we
Okay.
use Roll20 as a virtual tabletop. We like it a lot.
Hi.
Hello.
It's nice
How about
to
now?
meet you. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm back.
Go ahead. Ash.
Sorry, go ahead, Hope.
It's fine. Hi, my name is Hope. These are my friends here. We were hoping to speak with you and to understand what the Planewalkers Guild is, and maybe get a direction on how to go home. Maybe.
And where is home?
That's the fun part. I don't have a name for where I belong, but my friend Rognus here, and I will point towards Rognus, I believe we're from the same plane, so he might have more information on that. But we're coming from Barovia, if that means anything to you.
I have heard. Artegan, let me know.
I don't know what you would require of us in order to gain the information that we're looking for. But we're here.
Well, it's difficult to give you information on how to get home if we don't know where that is. So, Rognus, it was. What information can you provide to help us get you home?
Another traveler from this place that we ran into, I believe they were familiar with the city, which must mean hopefully you are familiar with the city of Waterdeep.
Waterdeep. It's been a long time since we've seen anybody from there, right, Vargas? And Vargas, the bird-like creature, kind of looks over grumpily, nods his head, and kind of keeps going back to his work. That's it's quite a ways away. It would take some time for you to get there.
Do you have an estimation in distance or time that it might take us, or is it just a very long time?
You are a furbolg, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Remind me of your lifespan of your species.
I can already tell I don't like where this question is going. My kind can live to about 500 years.
You'll make it.
Okay.
By the direct route. I mean, it is quite far on the stairs. I would estimate several years' travel.
Okay.
Is there a faster way?
There are always faster ways. The planes are all interconnected. We are merely one method of traveling from one plane to another.
So in order to get there in any reasonable time, we would have to find one of the other methods.
Yes, I believe humans refer to them as shortcuts.
Yes, I believe they do. What about the plane containing the city of Turin?
Turin, you say?
Yes.
That name doesn't ring a bell to me. One of our scholars might know about it. I can ask, but I'm familiar with most of the planes that we've been to in our time here, and he gestures to the library next to them.
Yes, my dwarven friend here and I hail from that plane.
So home is something of a different definition for your group.
Yes.
Well, we have home for many travelers here who have many varying levels of experience. Perhaps there is a way to help you find one of those shortcuts, or at least send you in the right direction.
Yes, if we could locate our Delg and I's home, there might be someone there who can help us. But we would need to speak with one of your scholars then, I suppose. As you said.
Yes. We can have one of our more knowledgeable scribes meet with you. His name is Oriam. I trust you're staying at the Rest and Respite?
Yes, we are, and thank you for the guild's hospitality there. It's most appreciated.
Travelers of all kinds need rest and rejuvenation. It's a brutal journey to travel the staircase.
It was mentioned to us about maybe being able to join the guild.
Ah, eternal travelers, I see.
Eternal traveler. Are you insinuating that in order to become a guild member that you just always travel?
Well, to become an apprentice within the guild, no. But to reap the full benefits of a membership, yes.
Okay.
All
Is
are
that... Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
all are welcome within the guild. You simply must pay your dues every year.
What would the payment be for that?
It's a meager sum. You look to be of moderate experience, able to handle yourselves. It is, I've been struggling with a way to verbalize this that doesn't just reference an out-of-character thing, so I'm just going to tell you what the dues are. It's 25 gold per level per year, paid in advance.
So 250 gold a year
Right
Mhm.
now.
until we level up.
In our current level, yeah.
Okay.
And so, speaking with Orwell at the arcane shop,
Mm-hmm.
he mentioned that there's some sort of caste system, perhaps, that only journeymen could purchase wares from his store. What are the requirements for different levels within the guild?
There are 2 requirements to become a journeyman as an apprentice. The dues are considerably higher, as you can imagine, but the benefits are considerably greater. For example, access to the library. The requirements for becoming a journeyman within the Planewalkers Guild are an existing member must vouch for you and sponsor you, and you must add to our library. Find an undiscovered, uncharted realm and report back on it so that we increase our catalog of exits to the Everclimb.
Is there a way to tell if a plane has not been charted? Do you guys have a way to mark planes that have been charted already?
Well, yes, we usually mark the staircases and platforms with our guild sigils. Runes, if you will.
That's the sigils we saw on the staircase.
Okay.
And are the staircases shifting constantly, like, or are they linear? In other words, you've obviously mapped quite a few places, judging by the size of your library.
We have.
Is it possible to reach an uncharted doorway in a, lifespan at this point?
Yes, it is. The staircase, like most things that have come into existence, has degraded over time. And there are elements and parts of the staircase, full sections even, that have become unstable, for lack of a better word. They either no longer connect to the staircase completely, or they separate themselves from the staircase. Some of the portals have become corrupted and will take you to a completely different, unknown, and random element of the staircase. The more adventurous of us, those who have become the journeymen and subsequent masters, have found those unstable areas and have cast our luck through the portals.
So, do you have a way to get back to the staircase once you leave? Is there like a certain way, like a guaranteed way for you to get back here?
There is one. One of the benefits of membership, and one of the things that your dues pay for, is a magical device that we've fashioned. It works as a interdimensional portal, as such. It allows you to come here at any time, and then return to wherever you were when you activated it. It's
When you say here, as in the nowhere end here, or the Everclimb?
the Nowhere Inn.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the portal remains open and only remains active for 2 passages, here and back to where you came from. If someone else were to come through while you were here, well,
Understand.
but it is provided with membership if you'd like.
And that's just the basic membership.
That is an apprentice within the guild. Think of it as a supporter of the work we are putting in to chart the Everclimb.
Understood. But you said you must be journeyman or higher to access the library or the arcane artifacts.
Correct.
Okay.
You mentioned the runes that you wrote on the platforms.
Yes.
Is there a spot that we could learn the meaning and how to, I guess, read and write them? Because I remember seeing those runes and I couldn't make out what they were saying or what they meant.
Vargas, is there a place they can learn the runes and the meaning of the sigils of the guild? Vargas kind of grumpily looks up and looks at him and then points over to the library and then goes back to his work.
But if we can't get into the library before, unless we're a journeyman,
I never said it was easy. Simply find a platform with no sigils.
Do we need to be a member of the guild to talk to your scholar?
Absolutely not.
Right.
I guess I'd like to. He seems quite helpful. I still want to see like a general vibe. I guess like
yeah, sure. Make an insight check.
26.
Yeah. So he is very honest and truthful. The guild itself is like putting together the information he's given you. The guild itself is for people who are constant travelers, and their point is to fill that library with a map and catalog as much of the staircase as they can. So if you're not contributing to that, you don't get the full access to the guild.
Makes sense.
And he's being very like forthright. Like, it's not easy. It's hard. Like,
right.
There's a reason that we kind of gatekeep these things. But he's being very honest with you and very patient with you.
Would I get a sense that what they're doing here is overall for like a good cause, not for obviously kind of like an evil good situation, you know? Like if there's like a greater plan behind it, maybe, or something that looking to take over the world through the Everclimb,
Sure.
you know? Or planes, multiple worlds.
It's a pretty high insight check. I'll tell you that from your observations as you were going through the town and then in the tavern and in talking with kind of the head honcho of the whole thing, you get the sense that it's generally for good purposes, that they're just trying to catalog things. You haven't seen anybody that seems like their intent for finding portals has been of a nefarious nature.
Right. I mean, there's always bad apples and good apples. I just
Sure.
Okay. But with that being said, I mean, if it's just dues to become an apprentice, then I actually wouldn't mind to become an apprentice if that is possible.
You merely have to tell my young friend Vargas here, and he will put you in the books and get you all situated.
All right. Well, I'll go up to Vargas and request to be in the guild, and I will pull out the gold necessary.
Okay. As you're walking over, he turns to the rest of the group and says, one of the better parts of becoming an apprentice within the guild, anywhere on any plane, if you happen to run into someone who is a member of our guild, they are generally compelled to help you, give you shelter, rest, assistance. They might even come to your aid in combat. It is an organization of companionship. We look out for each other. Sometimes the planes that we go to are not the safest, the kindest, the easiest to traverse. So,
Is there a way to identify guild members? Do we have to wear a piece of flair or something?
the stone device that we give you has our insignia on it. It is a silver staircase rising to a golden stair. If you simply show them that, the only way you could have it is if you are a member of the guild. And it becomes bound to you as part of the contract.
Not gonna change my mind, but I do have a quick question. Does the guild have enemies? People that maybe showing this to might provoke an attack or of some sort. We've recently came from Barovia, and we're kind of used to just being attacked by people. So I'm very cautious on this. You know, you don't show your full deck.
I can fully understand that. We don't have enemies. We are a peaceful society and organization. We focus primarily on exploration and discovery. As such, there are people who would like to subvert us to their cause and use our knowledge and our experience for more not good purposes. One of the reasons that we tend to guard our secrets a little bit more closely than we perhaps could. So no, there are no strict enemies to our organization, but there will be people that would possibly try to use you and your experience.
All right, well that's fair. I mean, that comes with everything.
Well-
I would like to sign up if that's okay.
Yeah, sign me up.
Vargas seems very disgruntled at the fact that he now has more work to do and has that kind of like head bobbing like a bird situation, like constantly looking in different directions. I would like, real quick, Varys and Delg to make either a history or a nature check. And then quick question, Rognus, are you signing up too?
No, Rognus is not.
Okay.
What one are you making, Ragnus?
I said Varys or Delg.
Oh, Varys.
and Delg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well,
First.
it's equally bad, so I'm gonna do history, but it's the same. It's
14
a 3.
nature.
14 nature. So Varys, none of this.
Proving Ragnus's point from earlier.
Varys, none of this occurs to you. But
Yeah.
Delg, you seem to recall knowing of a couple different avian-like races, like the Aarakocra. You're not familiar with the Kiri race, which is what this person is. But you do remember that there are a couple similar races that don't get along with the race of Minotaurs. Like, at all.
Oh.
Like, full-on war level of dislike of each other. So whatever's going on between the two of them is odd.
All right.
Just an observation you have.
Question for you, sir.
Yes.
How many years in advance can we pay for our membership? Is it just a yearly upfront cost?
As much as you'd like. In fact, paying for more years is a nice thing, considering
Is there a
you might not make
lifetime
it out.
membership?
How long is your life expectancy, sir? That's how much you could pay.
That's quite a bit in my case.
I am aware.
I think I'll just go year to year.
Fair.
Never know what might
Cool.
happen on a journey such as these.
You never know.
I have many scars to prove your point. There's.
Just out of curiosity, what are the dues for a journeyman? You said they were considerably more.
Again, I don't know how to say this in character.
Yeah.
10 times as much.
It is. What did I decide? It is 500 gold per 2 levels per year.
25, so 2,500 for us.
Wow. But we also have to have someone that sponsors us and can.
Sponsors us, and we have to map and explore
Right.
undiscovered.
Which,
Right.
theoretically, you could get a lot of money doing that, coming back, selling all of the items.
Mhm.
It pays for itself.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, right. Hope will put 125 platinum in front of Vargas. Say this is for 5 years, if that's okay.
Absolutely. We look forward to having you as part of our organization.
I hope I live another 5 years
Vargas.
based on our experience.
Vargas looks between you and the pile of money and you and the pile of money and then back to his boss. Turns around, gets out another book, sets it down. Another book, sets it down. Another book, sets it down.
Ledgers for the
Another
5
book,
years.
Sets it down.
To write your
Flips
name
the
in it.
page open, writes your name at the top of the book, closes it, sets the book back down. Second
I'm really
book.
sorry for the extra work there, friend.
Sets it down. Goes through all 5 of the books. You have now paid for 5 years in advance.
Okay.
Vargas hands you all from a little drawer in the side of his desk. He hands you all medallions. Says that you just need to focus on them for enough to attune to them, and they're yours. These do not count against your attunements,
Thank you.
because
that
I
was
knew
my
that was going to
question.
be asked.
Yep.
This is
Like-
more of like a soul-bound thing. This is legitimately a Hearthstone from Warcraft. That's what you just got,
Sick.
with a very long cooldown. If there's nothing...
So just out of character, so I understand how this works. We're somewhere else. We open the portal, come back to this place. The portal stays open until we go back through it to where we were.
until
So
someone goes back through it.
Okay.
So that means if we open a portal and I go through it and someone goes through it from the same plane, does it close or
Yes.
can one? Okay, so that means everybody has to open their own portal.
Well,
what all
conceptually,
intend
when
on
I came
saying.
up with this, conceptually, it was your group going through.
Okay.
So,
So
like, if
holders of the stone can go through, right?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
like Rognus doesn't have a stone because he's not signing up, so you would just hold his hand, and you can take him through.
Okay.
Fair.
The little
Um,
minutia that I did not think about whenever I made this hard to find.
Yeah.
that someone not be joining the
Figure-
guild.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out together.
I mean, I
Which
should.
is odd
I
for
should,
the Wanderer.
I should have known hashtag. But why though wasn't gonna join the guild.
But why not?
I love it so much.
Oh my god, that's the front and back of the T-shirt. But why though? But why not?
Writing that
Um, all right then. I'm sort of eager to talk to our, now that we're all in the same guild, right? Our scholars,
Yes.
to see if we can identify our home, or maybe it's one of your undiscovered planes where I'm from.
It very much might be.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
It would. It would certainly make
So-
the pathway to journeyman a little easier.
Yes, it's a lovely place, with the exception of one person, but that's a different story.
Hope we'll remember that.
Well, I guess two people for Varys, honestly. But, yes. Morningstar and then Varys' backstory.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Picked up on the backstory.
Yeah. Well, I knew that's what you keyed on, but I was talking about Morningstar.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah. So I'm ready for that.
Wonderful. Well, I will.
Or if we need to do that tomorrow, that's fine also.
No, Orion is not busy at the moment. He just finished cataloging a new plane, so I can have him sent over as soon as 5 minutes if you'd like to head back.
He's going to meet us at the rest and respite, or
Well,
somewhere here.
He'll meet you at the rest and respite. He's
Okay.
It's dinner time. He's hungry, probably.
Sounds good.
I just assumed we
Good.
could double up for that.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
I'm
welcome
good here.
welcome to the Guild of Planewalkers, I guess. May your journey be peaceful, swift, and safe.
Thank you. I hope we
Yes.
can provide good help.
Torn. No, I need to figure out a way to live longer than 750 years. I need to figure out, like, I think I'm gonna have to wish for immortality,
Oh boy.
age
You're
immortality.
going to end up back in Barovia as Strahd von Zervich. That's what's going to happen.
I
Yeah.
just
if you
don't
wish for
want to
that.
age, so then I can travel forever.
Yep. Strahd von Zervich coming up.
Yep.
Strahd von Stone Shaper, Tree Jumper.
Playing guard.
Playing
I could be a good ruler.
Mm-hmm.
You were trying to
Long-
become the burgomaster for the whole campaign. All right, so let's fast forward a little bit to you sitting at a table in the Rest and Respite Inn, and Alyssa has gotten you set up with whatever you'd like food-wise. It is a less full feast. It is a little bit more meager. It is pretty clear that because she didn't recognize you and you're clearly new here, that they were trying to welcome you with abundance. So the food that you have now is more sustenance. It's still delicious and tasty, and it's what you want. But it is a little bit less portion-wise, less extravagant.
Totally fine.
Shortly after you have sat down and gotten your meal, you see a very old gentleman, bald hair, long white beard, with very loose, baggy robe, tied with a very kind of dark brown rope, carrying like a stack of books in his arm and kind of limping a little bit with a staff. And he sees you and smiles and kind of comes over in your direction and kind of sets his books down next to him and says, I'm told I'm to meet you all here. My name is Orion. How can I be of assistance to fellow members of the guild?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
We were
Thank you
told
for
that
meeting
you
with us.
might know of a place called Turin.
Well, Turin is Turin is unfamiliar to me. I've not read about it in my books. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. I'm not questioning that at all. Just merely that I have no evidence of its existence.
And with that, obviously, no idea as to where it might be from the staircase.
Well, do you have any other information you can give to me about this Turin place?
Do I have any other information I can give him about
Well,
this trade plan?
I'm assuming, because the guard knew, I'm assuming it's where someone named Angela Morningstar is from.
Angelo Morningstar, you say?
Yes, sir.
He is from many different planes. We have record of him being in many different places. None of them Turin, though, or with a mention of a Turin. Is that a small town or a large town?
It's pretty large.
It's
It has
fairly
the
large.
whole academy. That's where we're from, is an academy.
I feel like we would know of that town if we knew of that plane.
I feel like you would as well. It's quite prominent.
I feel like so we were asked to go to Barovia, which now that we left Barovia, found out that it's a demiplane.
Yes, it is part of the Domains of Dread.
But when we left Turin, we were heading in horse and carriage, so it should have been on the same plane as Barovia at some point in time, or something of the sort.
But the borders of the demiplanes do not work that way, young one.
I guess I don't understand.
Was Barovia not an actual city somewhere or a province somewhere before it was ripped into its own place?
Very, very long ago it was. However,
And-
it was refashioned as a demiplane, as both a playground and a prison for one of the Dark Lords.
Right.
Yes.
And what I was getting at was we were told to go there by horse and carriage, so that would presume that it wasn't, I guess, unless they knew it was a demiplane. But people knew of
Yeah.
it, so that means we were going to, where Turin was, at one point in time, Barovia was on the same plane before it was ripped into a demiplane. That's
There-
what I was thinking.
There are a lot of presumptions in your statement that I don't think are fact. But I do think the one thing is clear. Whoever sent you to that place knew of it.
Yes, we've come to understand that.
Hmm.
Our former employer knew what he was sending us into.
Yes, well, if your employer was Angelo Morningstar, he definitely did.
What do you know about him? What are the records of his other, what do the entries say about him in his other places?
Well, he has ties to almost all of the demiplanes of Dread. Has his fingers into the politics of each and every place. We've cataloged him in a number of other places of not pleasant surroundings. As you see, the staircase has the propensity to spill out the portal onto the staircase. You can almost tell the kind of place on the other side of each portal on each landing by the landing itself. Does the landing appear bright? Is there lush greenery? Is the puzzle or the mystery to get in, is it fun and joyful, or is it devious and trickery. We'll tell you the kind of plane on the other side. Most of the planes we have cataloged, Mr. Angelo Morningstar on, have been of the latter variety.
I see.
Now, I'm a little worried now because when we left Barovia, there were runes. I guess they could have left that way. It means Barovia was cataloged. That means you had someone from the guild go there.
Yes. Well,
Catalog it.
all of the Demiplanes of Dread have been cataloged.
So, when we left, we actually killed Strahd.
Well, that is quite disturbing. But we at the Planar Library already know that. You mentioned to our emissary, Artegan, that you had done that. He also mentioned there was a man on his way down there. We are quite concerned that he will fill the void that was left by Strahd von Zarevich, as there is no Dark Lord in Barovia right now.
Must there always
Great.
be one in order for it to remain a demiplane of dread?
Not necessarily, but the Demiplanes of Dread are all fashioned as specific prisons for specific people. They are often born out of the pacts and decisions and, as they say, proclivities of the people that have fallen and sunken so low as to commune with the Dark Lords themselves. So the Dark Lords fashion this land for them. So Barovia was fashioned very specifically for Strahd von Zarevich, and without him there is a void within the demiplane existence. Did the door, as you came through it onto the staircase, did the door disappear, or was it still there?
It was shut and locked.
Well, that is also concerning, meaning the plane is still there. So the Dark Lords must have a use for that space.
Did we do something incorrect by guild standards by removing Strahd from the equation?
Incorrect is such a... It's such a...
We did not do anything incorrect, Hope. We protected our lives.
Yes, the word incorrect is filled with judgment and blame, and I don't believe that to be the case. However, there is something to be said for maintaining balance within a certain ecosystem, as it were. The planes themselves in the Demiplanes of Dread are kind of intentionally separated from the rest of the staircase for good reason.
I would also say, Hope, that in the name of balance, we did the correct thing. And that Barovia was horribly unbalanced for the people there.
Right.
Despite any void left by his absence.
You mentioned balance, but that means it is accounted for those demiplanes to draw people out of non-demiplanes to go there?
People are... The planes themselves are created for the Dark Lords by the Dark Gods. The people that find their way there are often find their way there mistakenly, or they are lured there in some way.
Yep. I can confirm that.
Regarding those that remain within Barovia, we learned that due to its enclosed nature, whenever someone dies, their soul remains within Barovia and
Yes.
is essentially reincarnated into another person.
That
They
is
are not
correct.
able to rest.
Yes.
Is that the same with all of the Demiplanes of Dread, or is that exclusive to Barovia?
It depends upon the Dark Lord within. Each Dark Lord has the power to close their borders or open their borders to outsiders. It seems to me, as you are explaining, and as we have cataloged as well, that the borders of Barovia had been closed for some time to most of the people. We have knowledge that the borders remained open for a particular subset of people within there, the Vistani. They were able to leave and come as they please. So Strahd himself had left the borders open for them, but had closed the borders for everyone else. So no, the other planes within the Demiplanes of Dread do not always operate the same way, unless the Dark Lord that presides over that realm has dictated it to be so.
With that being said, why wasn't he able to leave?
As I said, the place was both a punishment and a playground. It was a prison. Part of his agreement was that he would never leave.
Has Angelo Morningstar ever been a Dark Lord of one of these planes?
Not that we have been able to discover. However, we are less of a historical organization and more of a archaeological one. We do not study the people, we study the things and the places.
Okay. Okay. That kind of negates my next question. So what would your advice be? So we know, after talking to a couple of people, that the plane that contains the city Waterdeep is far.
Quite far, yes.
But with no knowledge of our only other anchor, which is the plane containing the city of Turin, it could be equally far.
Yes.
There was mention of being able to take a quote-unquote shortcut to
Yeah.
get to
Yes.
planes.
Yes, absolutely. There are others that travel between planes in a different manner than we do. We always use the Everclimb to get from one place to another. It is more structured, more consistent, more methodical of a transport method between planes. However, there are those who simply use their arcane abilities to jump between one place and another. That is one shortcut that could potentially get you from one place to the next. Another way could be to find another connection within a realm. Like if you were to find a realm that was within the web of planes, somehow connected closer to the plane that you are trying to get to, you could go through that plane to get to where you'd like to go. There are many, many different paths you could take to shorten the time. Unfortunately, they all require some amount of exploration and time.
Do you have a map of the currently explored staircase?
Yes, we do. That is the life's work of our guild.
Do we have access to that map?
As I recall, you are not journeymen and do not have access to the planar library. The cataloging system itself within our stacks is our map of the staircase.
Well, it sounds like we're going to have to go do some exploration before we can continue with what we would like to do.
How long have you been a part of the guild?
Well, for many, many years. I'm unfortunately a human and I cannot live for very long. But for the majority of my adult life, I have cataloged and explored and reported to the guild about many of the different planes in existence. I've more experience than most with twice or three times my age, so they have put me very high up in the ranks of the scribes and arcanists at the planar library. So
Were you able just to get lucky and find a plane not explored to move up in ranks?
Most of
As a human, that seems pretty hard.
well, I have my ways. I had tricks up my sleeve when I was a younger man. I don't plane walk much anymore, sadly. But yeah, I did just happen to stumble upon one. That's how I first came into the guild. I had actually not even known about the guild when I first discovered the plane, and when I finally made my way down the staircase this far and discovered the Nowhere Inn, I was happy to share my knowledge with them, and kind of went straight to Journeyman.
So with that, I probably should have got some type of book that would give me more instructions. But like, what kind of stuff do we need to know about a plane that hasn't been discovered that we need to share to prove that we've been there or give the knowledge of the plane? Like, what kind of things do we need to be able to tell, especially if we're looking to become a journeyman or greater?
Have you ever been to school, young one?
Yes.
Have you ever had to write a dissertation or an advanced level research project?
Yes.
Yes, you have. Well, it's a lot like that. Simply present your work. You will have to defend it against some of our scholars to make sure that it stands up to scrutiny, and if all looks well, we will attempt to verify the information.
So,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
if you were going out the front door, which way would you go?
I would go up. We are very close to the nexus, or the core of the staircase, if you will, from the very heart of where it was born. If you go in that direction, down, you would find yourself at a dead end very quickly.
And all the planes below have been cataloged?
Yes, there's a mere 8 hours travel to the end of the staircase below.
And how far do you estimate you would have to go up to find an unexplored plane?
Well, you may or may not know how the staircase works, but there are more stable and unstable parts of the staircase. As you can imagine, being at the bottom and going upwards, not being able to travel at expeditious speed, or leave the staircase and, simply fly up to the top of the staircase, as it were, since gravity is a thing that does not seem to work very well in this area. You can imagine that most of the places from here in that direction have been explored. To find the places that you have not explored, or that have not been explored, you would need to find unstable parts of the staircase that could take you perhaps unintentionally to a part of the staircase that has not been explored yet. That is the hope of all.
What happens if you fall off the staircase?
Oh, that's a danger.
You mentioned not being able to fly.
Well, yes, it is quite dangerous to fly on the staircase. We estimate that it is about 25 to 40 feet outside of the staircase is where the gravitational pull of the staircase stops working. And as such, if you were to fly to that point, suddenly gravity would reverse itself, and the inertia of the change would send you off in an odd direction. The magical properties of some of the platforms you might come into contact with could immediately negate the fly spell, or make the fly spell quite fast, and a sudden movement would send you off hundreds, if not thousands of miles in the wrong direction. If you were to fall accidentally off the staircase, which is quite possible because there are no railings, you would fall quite far. I would estimate a few, maybe 6,000 or 7,000 feet on average before you hit another random platform.
You something you said caught my ear. You said that to get. Let me ask for clarification, I guess. Was it to get to the platform below this one, or to get to the very bottom? You estimated about 8 hours
Yes,
worth of travel?
to the very bottom of this one, the platform is only about 8 hours. To the gates of the moon.
Of the moon. If it's 8 hours worth of travel, why did it take us over a week to get here?
You, yes, that, you are on a different staircase. Haha. See, there's a pocket of this extraplanar dimension that is separate from the rest. See, when Shah created the Shadow Fell, there was a fragmentation which allowed the Dark Lords to take over part of that area and bend it to their own will, which is how they formed the Demiplanes of Dread. The domains of dread, if you will, and as that was separated from the reality as Shadowfell was created, it broke apart part of the staircase and pulled it out from the rest of it. So you came from a different staircase, is the short answer.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely, I am at your service to answer any questions about the staircase, your destination, the guild, or whatever it is, as they say, what I do.
If we are attempting to seek the plane that has Waterdeep and supposedly my home on it, is there any cataloged route that we can take other than ascending the staircase and hoping that we find it?
I would have to look into that a little more and get some information for you, but I'm sure that we can find at least some cursory first steps for you to take.
First steps is more than we have, so
Yes, it would take some time to research, but I can do that.
If I understood you correctly, you said that some of the planes are, linked. When we were talking about shortcuts, we could
Yes.
say find one that had an entrance to the stairway in one area, and somewhere else on that plane there would be an exit into the staircase that would be further along, closer to our destination. Is that how it works?
It is sometimes works that way, where the fabric of reality within the staircase is warped to a point that there are two connections to one plane within the staircase at two different parts, one higher and one lower. However, there are also other ways to cross between the planar dimensions besides the staircase. There could be
Yes.
another method of transportation besides the staircase you could find within one of these planes, and that would be the shortcut that would be much more beneficial and possibly get you even closer.
Or a
You
person, say, that can open portals to other planes?
Yes. The plane shifters, or they're called many different names. Those who travel by sheer will and power. They do not frequent our area much, but I believe they could do that for you if you were to happen to find one.
You said that you're unable to fly in the Everclimb.
Well, I didn't say unable. I said it was. I was more alluding to the fact that it is unwise. If you would like to stay alive.
What about teleportation?
Oh,
Short or long?
That simply does not work. That magic has been dampened to the point of non-existence within the stairwell.
What other kind of magic has been dampened?
Oh, well, some magic has been dampened, some magic has been amplified to a much stronger power. It is not common for one platform to have the same magical properties as another platform, where one might amplify your spell casting to be much more potent and strong. The next platform could completely make it void and not even able to to manifest itself. There's no way to tell. One of the things we have been able to figure out, though, is that teleportation does not work anywhere on the staircase. We have not found a single place that has been tested and successful.
But we could teleport here. From here?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a very specific tether that we have.
Rognus, I'm sorry we've been dominating the questions here thus far, but I imagine you might have some of your own.
I have one, and so far they have no answer. For as much as these people claim to traverse these planes up and down and have all this knowledge, no one seems to be able to give us a clear understanding of how we can get home.
I wish I had a better answer for you, Rognus.
We'll get home. This is closer than we've been so far. It may take more time, which I know is not great.
Well,
But we're working on it.
yeah. I think we're just gonna have to get lucky. This place seems to hinge on a great deal of luck.
And time as well. With enough time, luck doesn't matter.
Is there any advice you would give us while traversing the stairwell? Maybe a handful of do's and don'ts. Obviously, probably don't fly. Don't try to teleport.
Believe that you and I would have discussed already most of what is happening on the staircase. I would say be careful with magic, first of all. Each of the platforms have some sort of mystery, riddle, or secret that locks the portal behind, that the portal is locked behind. So I'd say bring your wits about you as well. And there is no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to come out and say it. You there, Rognus, I would be especially careful if you happen to run into any of the Lelendi along the way. They are a very peaceful people and race. They are the guardians of the staircase. They've been around for longer than the first recorded history that we have of this place. However, they have a very tenuous relationship with the Batezu people, from which, unless I am mistaken, you are a tiefling and a direct descendant from that race. They have a specific. Well, they don't like people like you, or devils, or anyone else from that. As I said, it's not easy to say.
You're the second or third person that's told us this, but we encountered these beings on our way here, and they weren't hostile to our friend.
Well,
They seemed quite curious.
Curiosity is actually their primary objective. They love music and art and creativity, and are merely protectors of the staircase. As long as you weren't aggressive toward them, they probably would have paid your friend here no mind. They just don't. They don't like tieflings or devils or other people like that.
All right. So, up the staircase. Be careful with magic. Rognus needs to lay low. And that's it. And a little luck or time.
There's no one in this area that would be able to create a portal or teleport us to Waterdeep at this time.
That particular kind of travel is not what we do here, and the people that travel that way don't find their way to our camp, unfortunately. So I do not believe that is an option now. It would be possible for you to find someone like that, but unfortunately that is not a resource that we are able to provide to you.
I guess a more general question of the area. I noticed that you had an arcane artifact shop.
Yes.
Do you have like enchanters or maybe even a blacksmith of some sort in the area for people who are venturing, or?
Well, the gentleman who runs the arcane shop, Orwell, he also enchants items.
But you have to be a journeyman to use this?
Unfortunately, yes. But as far as mundane things like blacksmithing and the more manual art forms like that, we don't. Most of the people that are here have found their equipment and supplies and things along their journeys in the plains and the staircase.
Well, I think I've asked all I can think of.
Yeah, so you were going to research something. Dougie was going to research something for you.
Shortcuts.
Shortcuts to
Well,
Waterdeep.
maybe get us to Waterdeep an easier way or something.
Okay.
Yes, I can look
All
for
right.
information for you. It would take me probably the better part of an evening to do that. I could get it for you first thing in the morning.
That's wonderful.
Yes,
And-
I think we want to head out. There's no point in really sitting around here, I don't think.
Understood.
To get going.
Everyone in the guild has one of these stones. And from what I understand, right, it portals us back here
Yes.
and allows us to go back. Is there a way to tell the difference between an apprentice and a journeyman or higher? Is there other markings? Is there something different about their stone? Or just got to take their word on it?
The stone for journeyman will be marked with the etchings and runes and glyphs of our organization.
Okay. Just curious, because we were told that they may help us if we run into people in the guild. And I'd be curious that if they were apprentice like us or higher.
More than welcome to ask them. I'm sure they'll tell you.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. I have a hard time with believing people, like I said, from Barovia, and a lot of people don't really come forth.
I can imagine.
Is there a certain protocol for revealing that we're a part of the guild?
I
Is there
would.
like a code phrase or a secret handshake that we should learn?
No, there is not. I would just be careful telling people you don't know that you're in the guild. As I'm sure our wonderful leader had mentioned to you, there are people that would like to use our knowledge against us or for nefarious purposes, and we would like to prevent that. So,
Right.
Well, that's the question we all have is aside from whipping out our stone to show somebody, how would we know if we had come across another guild member who is also going to be equally guarded? That's the question.
Y'all don't have like a secret handshake or a
Yeah, that's what I
hint
said, right?
or a,
Rognus, there should be a handshake or a phrase.
I will.
like
We
a
need to
chirp
work
chirp
on that.
something like.
I will.
Who
I
do
will.
we talk to about instituting a phrase?
I will.
You know?
I will bring it up at the next guild hall meeting.
Okay.
It sounds like a fantastic idea.
How long has this place been around?
I will mention it to
100
them
years.
if you don't mind. It's as my idea. I don't think they would listen to it if it came from an apprentice.
I feel like
Yes,
we should get
absolutely.
journeymen
You can
for
take
that.
that idea. Please run that up. I feel like we have a problem in identifying each other, and it would be nice to be able to identify each other
The
without.
only way to
giving
identify
it
you
away.
is to show your amulet, but don't show your amulet to strangers because they might.
Right. That's yes. We're all on the same page with that. Yes.
Walk by and be like, the stairs are long, but the platforms are tricky. I don't know. Like, you just come up with
That's a
something
good
and
one.
just talk
That's good.
like,
That's good.
woo, like anything.
As
It's
a-
so disorganized for a place.
How's
that,
the climb ever?
Yeah.
Good callback.
That's,
May your climbs be.
I want
Sure.
that T-shirt.
Well, if there's nothing else I can help you with, I will bring that up at the next meeting. And if you don't mind, I'd like to take my food and head back to my tent.
One last question. How often do you guys meet?
Once every decade or so.
Oh, that's great. And I'm assuming you just had a meeting?
Just missed
The last
it.
meeting
Oh.
was yesterday. Yeah.
I believe there is a meeting in a couple months, so if you can
Oh.
check back then. Hopefully you have found your destination by then.
Is it an open meeting? Are guests allowed voice but no vote? Like, what are the rules here?
It is
What are
it
the-
is mostly journeymen and a few masters of the
Is there-
organization.
Is there anything above master?
No, there is not.
Okay.
Our leader is voted in by a 2/3 majority.
Speaking of the leader, his right hand man, the Vargas.
Vargas, yes.
I don't think I've seen his kind before. I kind of ringing a bell.
Yes, he is a Kiri.
See, and that's kind of what maybe I thought, but it was odd because if I'm correct, those two don't get along.
Yes.
So I was wondering if you might be able to tell me maybe part of their history. Like they seem to work together all right, at least, which is odd.
I don't believe it is my place to say, or to speak their story for them. Let us just say they have met and found solace in one another.
That's good. That's good to see something like that happen.
Yes.
Do you have a place of worship in around?
No, we don't. As travelers, we have no place that we've established as a home. We at any given time, anyone, even the elders and masters of our guild, could leave at any moment. So we don't establish anything more permanent than a place of rest and a place of exchange and a place of our organization. If we were to establish some form of a religious building or tent site, then we would have to establish one for all faiths. And as I'm sure you've noticed, there are many different races and creeds and religions represented in all the travelers that are here, and they come and go at all times. It would be rude for us to represent only one, and unfortunately, we don't have the space. We've started to expand ourselves onto the stairs, but camping on stairs is not pleasant. So It's simply something we don't have the room for, or
Is there no way to expand the platform?
not that we've found. The staircase itself exists with its own rules. I'm sure you could petition the gods. Maybe Saloon, whose realm it was born out of, could grant your wish to expand the platform. But
and just because I like asking questions, this place can't be moving too far because you have quite a large library. If you moved, and how would you move the whole library?
trunks.
Trunks. You would put the books in trunks
Trunks of holding.
and then transport them and then re-catalog, like replace them all in the proper order.
We have been here for several hundred years. I don't anticipate that happening soon, but if it were to happen, yes, that's how we would do it.
Okay.
If you'll excuse me, I'm famished. If there are any other questions, you can ask me in the morning when I have information for you.
Fantastic.
Okay.
He excuses himself, and the DM is happy to not do that voice anymore.
Till tomorrow.
We're gonna
Okay.
adopt him. He's gonna be
I hate
our
you.
official NPC.
I hate you.
Yeah, I
No.
like him. He's coming with us.
I'm
He's got
gonna-
valuable information.
I'm gonna learn how to make portals and then come and make a freaking fortune here, and just put up portals everywhere. Where do you want to go? Yeah, here you go.
So as you were having this kind of post interview discussion, Delg, passive perception 19, you notice that there has been somebody who's taken an extra interest in your conversation. There is an orc that is dressed in some very worn, like, traveler's garb from a table over, who kind of like is sitting there looking at you guys and like taking bites out of his food and just chewing it while he stares at you.
I kind of like nudge Varys a little bit and be like, there's an orc sitting over there that's been kind of eyeing, that's interested in our conversation that we were having.
Okay.
Just- I mean, so far everybody's been quite nice and forthcoming with us, but you know, Rognus did bring up a good point. You can't fully let our guard down.
True.
Just something I noticed.
There's the balance between we need help and
Look, I'm just gonna ask
That.
Eldith to take us back to Waterdeep
okay.
and give us a portal.
Tell her if she can do that, she has a new follower. I will be,
Ooh, sweeten the
I will
pot.
be loyal and
With that,
Ragnar
legit.
sweetens the pot.
With that, I'm gonna stand up from the table and attempt divine intervention
In the middle of the inn?
in the middle of the inn.
Oh my god.
Dear Eldith, we are trying to get back to Waterdeep, or at least the plane Waterdeep is on. And I have found a traveler that is willing to pledge his loyalty to you if you may help.
I swear to God, if this works.
Oh my god.
The entire tavern, as you stand up and begin asking your god for an intervention, becomes quiet and is staring and waiting for whatever's about to happen.
Oh my god.
It's a D100.
Ah,
Damn. I look around.
They all go back to their meals and conversations.
Now, if I rolled a 1, now let's be really.
yeah.
I had
All right.
to try.
Well, I'll stand up and I'll go over to the table where the orc is. Hello,
Hi.
fellow traveler.
Mine. Fucking.
My friend noticed you were kind of interested in our group. I was wondering if I might join you for a moment.
Yeah, have a seat.
My name is Varys.
My name is Ceylon.
Ceylon. It is nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
As it is apparent to just about everyone here, we're obviously new.
Yeah, he could. I figured that out. We all know that.
I was just curious as to why you appear to be so interested in us. Is it mere curiosity at the new people, or is there something that you heard us talking about that you might know more about?
Yep.
Which one?
I'm reading their lips, by the way.
The last one. I know how to get to one of the places you mentioned.
Please tell me it's Waterdeep.
It is.
Okay. And is the way you know faster than years and years?
Yeah.
And what would it take to get you to tell me this way or show me?
I mean, you're a member of the guild, yeah?
Yes?
Do you know the password?
You know, we were talking to... Is his name O'Reilly or O'Rylen? The old guy.
Ryan.
No, it wasn't. It's neither of those. Hang on.
Neither. What's his
Ryan?
name?
We're in.
God, where are my notes? My notes are so disjointed right now. Hang on. Orium.
Orion. Okay.
I'll spell that
No,
one
we
in the
did
chat
ask
too.
Orion about, a passphrase or a secret handshake, but he didn't know of one.
Yeah, we don't have
He's
one.
pretty-
We don't have one. I'm
Okay.
kidding.
Okay. But you do think it's a good idea, right? I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
So
I'm paraphrasing this conversation to Ragnar said.
sure.
So
Yeah.
Waterdeep.
Yeah, I know how to get there.
How long will it take?
That depends on how fast you travel and how comfortable you are with some really bad shit.
Well, we've been through some really bad shit, so I wouldn't say we're comfortable with it, but we can handle it, I think.
Okay. I know of a shortcut that gets pretty close to where Waterdeep is on the Infinite Staircase.
Okay.
It's
And what kind of bad shit will we encounter there?
well, the shortcut is through a plane known as the Abyss. It's
Sounds nice.
it's not nice. It's bad.
I was being sarcastic.
I couldn't tell. Sorry.
That's okay. It's a flaw of mine. Okay. How far is the entrance to the abyss?
Well, we're pretty far down on the Infinite Staircase. So it's maybe a day or two's travel.
Okay. And then about how far once we're in there to the other entrance or exit?
Not too far. Depending on what we run into once we go there, it could be a couple days, could be a couple weeks, but it's still faster than climbing the staircase.
Yes. A couple weeks is still faster than a couple of years.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you would just do this because we're in the guild together?
Well, no, but
Okay.
I happen to have a few friends that said that they were setting out for Waterdeep, and we were in the abyss and looking for the portal, and we found it. They went through, and I didn't. So I would like to find them and make sure they're okay.
Okay. Why didn't you go through the first time?
I don't know if you know about the abyss, but it's a scary place, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a coward. So I just kind of wanted to come back and not deal with it anymore.
I'd like to see if he's lying.
Sure. Make an insight check.
That word is just, let's just say you have a healthy self-preservation instinct. That's not a crime.
So he is telling the truth. He does know of he does know of Waterdeep. He does know of a shortcut that he believes to be to Waterdeep. He is telling the truth that it is in the abyss. He is telling the truth that it is a terrible place, and he is telling the truth that he is a coward.
So he's lying about friends, and his friend's going through the.
Oh no, he's telling the truth about that too. Sorry.
Okay, so what is he lying about?
He's not.
Okay, just making sure.
He's not lying about anything. He's truthful.
He's telling the truth about this and this. I'm waiting. Okay, so where's the lie coming?
Yeah, there's still his story doesn't make sense to me. But...
Yeah, like why would you travel weeks through the abyss and then be a coward and double back?
Yeah, exactly.
Through the portal.
Exactly.
That's why I wanted to do the insight check.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that because that's exactly what I was thinking too.
Me and Ragnar are having this conversation right now at our table. Like, that doesn't make sense. I mean, everything he's saying seems legit.
As Varys is buying it hook, line, and sinker, and just like patting him on the back, like, no, you're not a coward. It's fine. And I don't mean buying it hook, line, and sinker. He's being honest.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make him feel better about it. We can't have that doubt. You know, he's gonna come with us. Well, when would you be ready to set out? Tomorrow?
I can travel at any time.
We'd like to have a rest, and also Orion was going to try and provide us some information, perhaps, if he could. Maybe he has a different way than through the abyss. So I'd like to wait until he comes back. You're still welcome to come with us if he has a different shortcut. Unless you really want to go back through the abyss. But
no.
I'd rather go through a plane called Daisies and Lilies than the abyss if it's available.
Listen, the only reason that I am even offering is because you all look like you can handle yourselves a lot better than I can. So, yeah, I'd rather go with you if that's all the same, even if it's a different way.
Okay.
Question. Do I remember of any spell being casted that was amplified, aka do I know what spells are amplified in this area? At least.
I can't answer your question because, like Orion told you, every platform's different.
Right, but I know Ragnus cast...
That wasn't in the town.
Oh, he... Alright, so... that spell right there.
Or thaumaturgy.
Oh, detect magic. Ew. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. I want to cast... Oh, here we go. I'm gonna reach over to Ragnus and tap him on the shoulder and cast Healing Word on him.
Okay. Ragnus, you are healed for 5 hit points.
Did I notice it being amplified or dampened any?
Mm-mm.
No?
Nope.
In that case, I will cast Sending to Varys.
Okay.
Now, The problem is I knew what I was gonna say. Now I don't remember. Oh, all right, no. I'm gonna cast sending to Varys and ask him if he can ask the orc. I don't remember if he said he was in the guild, but what level he is in the guild.
So, are you a journeyman? Or are you, like us, an apprentice?
I'm a journeyman.
Okay. What plane did you discover? What was that like?
I discovered a plane of rock and ash that was mostly inhabited by dragons. It was a weird plane because dragons mostly don't exist in many of the other planes, or if they do, they're very few and far between. This one was all dragons, and the portal that I went into, well, it closed behind me, and there was a dragon in front of me, and I ran, and I couldn't find the portal again. And so I traveled for a long time in that plane, basically under rocks and different cave systems, trying to avoid the dragons. It took me like 3 years to find the portal again. And when I did, I came back and I went to the guild and asked if they had ever heard of it, and they hadn't. So they sent other people who were a little braver than me to go check it out.
Oh. So sometimes when you go through these doors, they move?
No, I ran. And I forgot where I was. And
For
I couldn't
3 years.
I couldn't find my way back. Yeah.
I'd like to cast sending again to Varys.
This is so good.
Ask him if there's any
Hold,
rules.
please.
Okay.
Ask him if there's
I'm
any
doing something for my
rules.
producer right now. Hold on.
Yeah, and buying stuff for other guild members from the arcane place, we could pay them more.
So,
for this.
as we are only apprentices,
That is correct.
We're restricted from buying things from the arcane artifacts shop.
Yes.
Is there rules against journeymen buying things in the stead of someone else like us?
Yes.
There are rules. Like you could get in trouble if you're caught buying something for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why would I do that for you? You're not a journeyman.
Right, but if we are to be prepared, we might need some extra, special gear.
I don't know. It looks like you're pretty well geared right now.
I mean, I am pretty well geared, yes. But my friends might be looking for some things, but... Okay. But I understand. We don't want to put you in a bad position.
Thank you. I don't like being in bad positions.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, shall we meet here in the morning?
It's your rodeo. Sure.
Okay. We'll see you then, and enjoy the rest of your meal, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
I'll get back up and go back to my table.
He's still kind of staring at you guys for a little bit, but he eventually goes back to his meal.
Well, I'm sure Delg told you everything, but we have possibly a way, but it will be difficult. So we'll need to be rested and prepared. The place is called the Abyss, if that is any kind of forewarning. Yes, I know. I don't want to go there either particularly, but he says there's a shortcut to Waterdeep. Through there.
There's.
Yes.
I told him all.
I just want to let that word sink in with everyone. The Abyss.
Listen. We can leave some of the stuff out to make it more pleasant for other people.
I don't sugarcoat, Doug. Have you not noticed this yet? There's no sugar.
You should practice.
No. Knowledge is preparedness.
Can we at least wait until we hear word from Orion and see?
Yeah.
Oh, so you didn't tell her I said that?
Okay, I did.
What kind
I
of interpreter are
paraphrased.
you?
I paraphrased. All right. I said we were going to wait until tomorrow.
I of course want to hear from Orion. All right, I will recount the conversation. I said I would rather go through a plane called Daisies and Lilies than the Abyss. So I want to hear what Orion has to say before we go through the Abyss.
Okay.
Trust me. I want
I don't
the same
think he
thing
said
you
that.
do.
He said the Abyss sounded really
said
cool and there could be magical items.
No.
And he wanted to go where magical items were at.
Nope. I do want to go where magical items are. I don't think the Abyss holds them.
DM, have I ever heard of the Abyss before?
Please make an Arcana check.
Fuck. Okay.
I mean, if you ask me, I can
or
help
history,
you with
or
that.
history, Arcana or history.
I'll help with history.
Okay, I'll do history. $19.
Yes. It is.
Cool.
It is not good.
Sunshine and rainbows?
It is very much not good. The Abyss is a plane similar to the Nine Hells. And it is a never-ending spiral dimension that just goes down and down and down and down and down. There's no sideways or up. The only direction you can go in the Abyss is down. And as you go down, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It is some of the most perverse, gruesome, and chaotic things that exist in any plane. It is, with a 19, it is the home of Baphomet. It is the home of Gratz. That is the home of someone known as the Spider Queen. It is the home of many, many very evil beings.
Okay, the Spider Queen could make some good garments, I bet.
Lord. What was the second one that you said? I'm sorry.
I gotta spell it for you.
Rats.
Gratz. Gratz.
You're close.
Like, congrats, you made it to the Abyss.
Congrats, you're dead.
Oh, okay.
If Barovia is evil but civil on the surface, the Abyss is just evil.
Cool.
And he won't help us get enchantments or more gear because we're geared enough. It's kind of rude.
And he'll get in trouble.
Look, if he gets it for himself and then accidentally leaves it on the stairwell, he didn't do it for anybody. I mean,
yeah, well,
I can
toys you already have.
I can hear you, and I'm not gonna do that.
It was a joke. I don't want you to do that. Well,
good, because I wouldn't.
Good. It was still a joke.
I still wouldn't.
Cast
right.
sending on him. It was still a joke.
The message comes back. Oh, that's great, but I still wouldn't.
I'm gonna start walking away and cast sending again on him. It was still a joke.
How many spell slots are you wasting on this?
I'm about to take a long rest.
Hey,
maybe you don't know what's about to happen.
What's the worst that could happen?
So here's the other thing I was thinking of during our conversation with Orion. Is it worth trying to call Mist again? Because while she may not be able or familiar with this place, she might be familiar with somewhere else that we could go that isn't the Abyss, from which she could then get us where we want to go.
I feel like the people here might have more knowledge on that, and once we can get to another place, then Miss might be able to help us.
Right.
Well, but what I'm asking is, should we not ask her a place she knows that she can get to, and then we ask here how to get to that place?
I mean, we could, but it very well could just be the same thing of years up the stairs.
No. Well, that's true, but
I feel like if we can
Isn't it-
get to another plane, an actual plane rather than the staircase, we can find someone that's able to traverse the planes. Find a big
Wow.
city.
that's just as lucky as finding anything else.
I mean,
I'm saying
we're all on luck right now.
if we had a handful of known planes that she knows and is familiar with, it would be easier for us to ask here and maybe get lucky with one of those being nearby, rather than Orion going through the infinite list he has and us rattling those off in 50 sending messages to Miss before we hit one that she knows.
Real quick, out of character question.
Mhm.
Mist is the cat?
Yes.
The Tabaxi,
it's
yeah.
Tabaxi.
Okay, so
Tabaxi plane walker.
So back in character. I see where you're going, but I guess the question I have, moreover, is why are we reaching out to Mist? I don't feel like she owes us anything. I think she was there for Magnus and help Magnus with her thing.
She also brought Ragnus.
She brought me out of a...
Well, from what Ragnus just said, he kind of brought himself mostly.
Well, I was kind of... I don't trust a lot of people here. I was kind of telling half-truths. I was stuck in sort of a weird, endless jumping loop going between what I can assume now is plane upon plane upon plane. There was a lot of different weird ones, some kind of nice, but I just kept moving between them, and Mist was the one that kind of brought me out of that loop and
dropped you off in a Demiplane of Dread. My point is
listen. She doesn't owe us anything. It doesn't hurt us to ask.
Right, but we could ask many people. Why not ask? I have to go way far back. Redheaded chick with the green frickin' scarf.
I've never seen her jump into another plane before.
Except they came and pulled out.
That was Eldath that did that for you.
And that was Mist and Renault. That was not Teg.
Yeah, Mist. Yeah. So it was Mist.
Oh, well, Renault as well.
But he came with Mist. I mean, if you don't want to ask her for her help, that's fine. I don't know why you don't want to ask her. That's my question.
I'm not saying we can't. I'm just asking, like, the reasoning behind, like.
The main reason is why can't we send
a sending spell to the head of the academy and say, hey, we got shoved in this demiplane, now we're here, can you have someone portal? Because they said portaling is you can portal here, they just not a lot of people do it because they don't care to come to the stairwell. We can reach out.
That's not what he said. He said teleportation doesn't work in and out of
in the stairwell, but it works here in the end. But people who can portal don't usually come here. They've got no reason to.
I thought he said that the only portal that works is tied to these stones. That's what I heard, but I could have misheard.
I guess, I have no problem reaching out to Mist, and I can
saying,
do that.
She's familiar with us.
I'm just curious on, like, why we would pick someone who doesn't really owe us anything.
You do favors for people that don't owe you.
Yeah, but I do that for everybody. It's what I try to do.
So why would she?
Because not everybody is like me.
True, but you don't know that she is.
You're right.
All she can say is no. My main point was, if she was going to help, it would be easier if we knew places that she could get to easily, and then try and find out if those are closer than walking all the way to Waterdeep, or better than going through the abyss. That's all.
I'm going to send a message to Mist.
Okay.
Hi, this is Hope, friend of Magnus. We're on the Everclimb and looking for a plane that is close enough to Waterdeep for us to hopscotch our way over there. Do you know of any plane established that we can get close to? Is that enough? Too much? I don't know.
I'm going to say a little much, but I'll allow it.
That was 2 spells.
It's fine.
Yeah.
2 spells.
There are a few ums in there. Yeah, I'll cast 2 spells and have them
Alright,
as
cool.
It's fine.
You get a response back that is very weak, and not in terms of signal. In terms of it sounds weak, like the person is weak. And the response is, I do not know of this staircase you refer. That's it.
That's not great. I think something's wrong. Mist didn't sound like she was doing okay. Cut off mid-sentence, and it was the very beginning of the message, so...
Do you want to do it again and ask her where she is and if she needs help?
Yeah. Yeah, I will send a 3rd message and say, conserve your energy, but any details you can give about where you are, we can try and come and find you and help.
It takes a while for the response to come back. Like, it's just at the edge of the ability for you to receive a response. And the only response that comes back is, I don't know.
Okay, she doesn't know where she is, so that's not an option, and I don't know how to help her.
Well, if she doesn't know where she is, then there's no way we can. Well, that's something else to worry about, I guess.
I'd like to attempt to scry.
Okay.
You have spell slots left?
Do you have spell slots left?
Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't done anything.
Okay. He
You've
did
cast a billion and things of sending, dude.
I literally only cast sending like 3 times.
There
4
was
times.
more like 5.
Well, yeah, but that's fine. I've
Yeah,
been keeping track, I promise.
You're good.
So I pull out my font that I have made up and fill it with holy water.
In the middle of the inn.
In the middle of the inn, on my table. Just pull up a font and put holy water. Like, whatever. This is important now. See, now Varys and Hope has made it so I have something else to worry about. Part of the reason why I don't stretch out to people. Because now do I not have to worry about getting home? Now I have to worry about someone else. As you said, I like to have to help people.
Welcome to being a follower of Eldath, Delg.
Yes, but you can't help everyone. You know how many people out there are in danger and hurting?
Yes, but
This is something Varys knows. You can't help everyone.
So let's see. I don't know what I'm supposed to roll for this. Oh, it's a save. Never mind.
yeah.
You roll for it.
I do, but you need to tell me the modifiers.
I know the person.
Which is what kind of modifier?
+5 for you have met
Yeah,
them.
+5. So you get a +5 on your saving throw. Because I don't know her well.
So I get a +5 in my saving throw. And what's the DC? And it's wisdom, right?
Or is it? Yeah. Yeah, it'll be a wisdom.
DC?
You don't have a that's
16.
it. You +5. That's bad.
That sucks for us. I agree.
Wait, is that what it is? So,
Yeah, because I don't.
second hand, you have heard of them. Have you met them?
Yeah, we've met.
You've met, so that's first hand, so that should be +0.
Oh, I'm reading it backwards, so it's +0.
Oh,
Yeah, second
yeah.
hand.
I
you
know
have
him
heard,
well. It's
+5.
-5.
Sorry,
So
sorry.
First hand, you have met the target.
Thank you very
The
much.
numbers are coming after the
Yes. So
explanation.
it's just a straight DC save.
Next time we see her, grab some of her hair.
That's not invasive at all. Hi, can I have some of your hair, which is covering your fucking body?
I didn't say ask. I just said get some. She probably sheds. It probably falls on the ground.
Let me brush you for a second.
Yeah, see? Completely innocent.
There you go.
It is okay. I brushed myself.
Just wait for the hairball then.
Yeah, there you go.
Jesus. Just keep like a little lockbox of Mist's hairball to scry on her.
Yes. No, you make a joke about that, but I'm gonna do stuff now.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
Tell me you're gone.
You pull out your. We should wait for Chum to come back.
Yeah.
Does anybody need a brief break? I know that we're
Yes,
kind of getting close. Let's take a quick break, chat, while Chum gets his technical difficulties figured out, and it'll be very short, 5-10 minutes. Hey, we are back where Delg pulled out a big font in front of everyone at the inn. And
It's not the weirdest thing I've done.
it's
here
not
yet.
at all.
Let's be honest,
Confirmed.
it isn't. It isn't.
And attempted to scry on Mist, a former person they had been in touch with, and the reason that Rognus was in Barovia in the first place, to find out what is wrong, since sending a message to Mist resulted in a broken response, cut off in mid-sentence, and her saying, "I don't know where I am." As your scry spell reaches out, as you're looking in the font, you can see a room of solid, smooth, sheer obsidian walls and ceiling and floor with glistening adamantine bars and a curled up body of Mist on a small cot in the corner. And as your scrying orb comes into focus and you see the surroundings, you notice that Mist appears to be sleeping, but from your perspective, you can see that she's not. And her eyes are wide open, and she looks like she's terrified. Just past her, through the bars, you see someone you very much recognize. Angelo Morningstar.
So I was able to see her. It looks like she's in a jail cell with obsidian walls and adamantite bars. And before I go any further, I'd like to see if I could think of a place, because adamantite is kind of rare-ish. And so having adamantite bars should be kind of maybe helping me pinpoint a location that I might have heard of.
Sure, yeah.
At the same time, talk to my fellow people here and see if they might have heard of any place as well. Asking, I'll probably do history.
Yeah, I cannot help you with that. I can make my own roll.
We can help you with that.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Sorry, say again.
Please.
Anyways, I'm seeing if anybody else knows of a place that sounds kind of like this with adamantite bars, smooth obsidian. AKA, I'm hoping to make some kind of maybe history check at advantage.
Sure. I'm going to give you advantage on behalf of Rognus, because I was going to have him roll for this anyway.
Oh.
History, correct?
History.
Fuck. 14.
With a 14. Delg, nothing really occurs to you. I mean, the ingredients can be found. They can be transported to make a cell like this. So pinpointing exactly where this might be based on just those two things, it's a hard ask. And you're hard-pressed to discover, to pinpoint like an exact memory of something that kind of hones in on location. Rognus, though, when you start mentioning obsidian and you mention Angelo Morningstar, Rognus, you have memories of some of the planes you went through and some of the towers you saw. One of them was obsidian, but you can't remember which plane it was in.
Well, at least it's not amber, right?
Oh boy.
Sitting on the
Um,
outside, Amber on the inside.
Okay, well, probably had about enough for today.
Yeah, we'll get a long rest and see what Orem has to
Yep.
say and make our
Orion.
decision. Orion, sorry, Orion has to say and then make our decision in the morning and head out.
Yep. And Hope, was there something you wanted to talk about before we turn in?
I mean, it's up to you guys, but
I'm happy to have a conversation.
What's on your mind?
can we go back to one of the tents for this?
Yes.
I'd rather
Absolutely.
not have prying eyes or prying ears.
Yep. We'll take tent number 9, so we'll just go in there, and then everyone can disperse from there.
Sure. We kind of, got distracted by the power of moving forward through all these doors to get here. But we said some pretty dark stuff there to Dorian. Delg, I know you've atoned for what you've admitted. And I'd very much like to dive deeper into that eventually. We don't have to right now. But are you guys okay? Do you need to vent or talk about anything? Do you want to explain anything?
I mean, as for my situation, I feel like a lot of it came from Barovia itself, and the massive disconnect with Eldith, and with all the death and gloom and darkness around. It just became easier. And I feel like once you start heading down that path, it's a slippery slope, and even if you want to not go down that path, it's harder to climb up than it is to go down, as it is for anything. And with the help of magic, I guess, and me atoning, that gave me a good hand on coming back. I will say that I know that it's still there. There's something still wrong. I can't put my finger on it, but it's nothing that's, as of yet, pulling to me. I'm still down the path that I started on initially. I'm still worshiping Eldith, and I still have all intentions of going forth and helping anyone and everyone I can in the name of Eldith. I guess the biggest problem is that I don't have regrets or feel bad about where I was, though. And I mean, there was weeks where I couldn't sleep And when I did, there was just dreams. And I mean, I wish that upon none of you guys, but that takes its toll on someone. And so, not excusing the fact, but that's where I was. Like I said, I can't say I'm 100% better, but deep down, I know that I'm going in the right direction. But also deep down, I know that there's still a tiny little black spot itching.
For what it's worth, I'm really proud of you. You recognized the darkness in yourself, and you were willing to work towards back to where you started, back to a true follower of Eldath. And I know it's still going to take some work to continue down that path, but I'm proud of you, Doug.
Well, it definitely wasn't all me. I definitely contribute a lot of it to Varys because I talked to Varys about it a little bit, and some of the things he said, maybe not intentionally or whatever, kind of reopened my eyes to not everything is as bad as it seems. And it's easier due to the fact that I feel like if Eldith did see where I was at, that she has forgiven me due to her answering my prayers and helping out with. Damn it, I forgot his name. Oh,
We know who you're talking about. I think.
Varys' best friend. I can't believe
Fenjor?
it. Fenjor. There we go.
Come on. What?
There's a lot of new names I learned today.
Fair.
How about with
names.
Fenjor and and I know that he's may not be 100%, but at least he's not stuck there anymore.
Varys looks visibly uncomfortable with your question. And the person you know that is usually very straightforward and looks you in the eye and things like that, confident, is none of those things at the moment. And he says, picture a young boy with a mother and father who were not his own, but still his mother and father. His father, a hardworking member of their village, and his mother, like many mothers, the kindest, best soul you could encounter. And then picture over time this person who loved you as her own, even though you were not, watching that person deteriorate and suffer and ultimately perish because of the actions of a person. what would that do to that child? Now, some will react one way and some will react another. And right or wrong, my reaction was that of anger and hatred and to seek revenge on this person. And that you can see that tears are coming from his eyes now at this memory. It is very difficult for me to remember what she looked like before the end. And it's that feeling that I cannot escape. And whether you judge me one way or another, I sought out the power to stop this person from doing it to anyone else. But I will admit that there is a personal desire to watch this person suffer as they made me suffer and made my father suffer, and more importantly, made my mother suffer. And unfortunately, that kind of arrangement has a cost. And I'm not aware of what that cost will be. He kind of wipes his face.
While in the academy, we learned the basics of pretty much every class, correct?
Yep,
And we would learn the basics of how warlocks would have gained their power.
correct.
So you are unsure what you gave up to receive your power, and to whom you gave it up to?
It doesn't work like that. I didn't give anything yet, and I don't even know. There was no. It wasn't like someone showed up and touched me and then I could do things. It just happened. I was distraught. I was running through the woods and just beside myself and reaching out, crying out to whoever or whatever would listen. I didn't think anyone would listen or hear me.
I'll
and then
I'll
and then
I'll
all of a
kneel in
sudden,
front of you real quick, and
okay,
I'll look at you and be like, I don't judge you for what has happened or what you have chosen to do. There's, as you heard from the people here, there's a balance. And being with you for as long as I've been with you, you have not done anything to show that your heart is not good. And I only ask the question because if there is a way that I can help you, then I would love to help. So please don't think that there's any judgment or I am looking down. Like you said, could not say it any better. Everybody has their way of dealing with things. And like you said, watching your mother deteriorate and losing her, no one could know what you felt like. Same with when I was in Barovia, I started losing faith and started going down a path that I didn't initially want. So I just want to make it clear that I am not casting any judgments on your past or the path you've chosen or how you've reached where you've reached.
I appreciate that, Delg. I would, I would just, well, I don't know what the future holds, and something like this is not something you get over easily, and I can't promise that if we ever come across this person again, that I'll be able to control myself. I don't believe myself to be a bad person, but there's also powers at work here that we don't understand, and I'm a little afraid of what will be asked in return. But as I've said before, take things in the moment. There's only so much you can do until you're put to a test, right? So, but you all have changed things a little, and our time in Barovia has changed things a little for me. It's made me question some things, and it makes me a little more afraid, if I'm being honest. So I just ask that you reserve your judgment and be my friends. And if the time comes where you cannot go along with or even have to try to prevent me from doing something, I don't want you to not be true to yourselves. Okay? I don't want to be the cause of any harm coming to any of you because of something that I did or an agreement that I made.
Well, whatever the path brings us to, I'll be in front of you with my shield.
Thanks, buddy.
I imagine Hope is sitting next to you at this point and has scooted a little bit closer, and she's got a hand on your back. You know where I stand.
I just don't want to disappoint you, but I fear that I'm going to.
There's no way that you could.
I hope not. But there's a lot of anger there.
It's a valid emotion to have and a valid reaction to have to that kind of situation. I can't say from experience, but I can say as someone who has fought by your side and who understands you and who deeply cares for you that I'm sure you did what you needed to do.
Well, the teenage boy certainly did think that. The older man now is not so sure. But I appreciate your support. That's enough for me.
Rognus, would you care to share? Not gonna lie, being killed in your dreams is not one of my things I look forward to.
It's not something I look forward to doing.
Honestly, I think you would have a hard time killing me. So I'm kind of curious on how you plan on doing it. Maybe if you tell me ahead of time, I could be prepared as well, and we could prevent it, right? How long have you been having the dreams?
I've been having the vague dreams for as far as I could remember. It could be just revisiting some of my past trauma, or it could be a really bad omen. I'm not sure. There's nothing specific. If I was having some sort of prophecy, then yeah, I'd tell you exactly what was going on, and you all could take exact steps to stop it from happening. Or you could just, honestly, if you think that I'm a danger or whatever, we can part ways. I'll understand.
I think that if we all thought that you're a danger, I think it'd be safer that you stayed with us. Then we can keep tabs on you at least, right?
That's fair.
I don't think you're a danger. I've had plenty of terrible dreams. Ample, in fact, and I I think honestly you handle it way better than I did. Um, are they are they very concerning to you? Are you worried about them, or are you more curious?
At this point, I'm not worried. I'm apprehensive. But it's one of the reasons why I am continuing to try and find a person or a group or a miracle or something to help me, I don't know, cure my ailments or completely take away my powers. Never really asked for any of these, so I've gotten better at controlling it. I've had some guidance and help, but I still feel like anything can happen.
Do you? I'm guessing you're looking for answers. So, do you know what you think your ailments are, or what you think is wrong?
It can produce magic. That's what's wrong. I shouldn't be able to do any of these things. I shouldn't be able to conjure such destructive forces.
Why not? You can conjure destructive forces. Varys can do the same. Hope and I are able to conjure constructive forces. I mean, everybody. I mean, the academy that Varys and I went to. I mean, it taught us all these things. There's so much out there that people can do. Anybody, all shapes, sizes, races. So why is it so bad that you're able to do this?
Because one wrong move, one misplaced anything, whether purposeful or accidental, can lay waste to hundreds, to
Is it a
miles of
question
land.
of? I'm sorry. Is it a question of control for you?
Sometimes it feels that way.
So, for you to seek mindfulness, I guess, what is the end game for you? Would you like to keep the powers you have with full control? Would you like to not have any powers?
I haven't quite decided yet. But if there's a way to cure me, think I'd rather be done with it. But until that time, I'll try and be as helpful as possible.
Well, as long as you stick with us, I feel like we will be able to help. Won't say keep you in check because I don't think you need to be kept in check. I think you do a wonderful job yourself so far. But at
So
least,
far.
yeah, and I mean, that's amazing. From what you say, I would never been able to guess. To me, you have a gift, as all of us. Now, how you got it is, maybe questionable. I mean, Varys got his gift from his emotions. I received my gift from pledging myself to Eldith and study. Everybody receives their gifts in their own ways. It's just how you use them. And I feel like I personally don't think you're cursed or sick or have an ailment. I feel like you were given these gifts and you are using them the best you can. And the fact that you're so cautious shows that. And if something was to happen that wasn't intended, as long as you're with us, I'm sure that we would all help you get through it and or stop it from happening on a mass scale.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you all.
Yes, Rognus, whatever we can do to help you, we'll do it. Sounds like your best bet is tied to Hope. Find her village, and maybe they can help you.
That's the plan.
I would love nothing more than to help.
I would go for control over getting rid of them. That's just me.
Yes, we all know that you like your power, though.
I do enjoy it, but I'm very also scared of it.
Delg will kind of shift his gaze a little bit over to Hope, and everybody else has said their piece in mind. You are not one to be excluded at the door.
I was so hoping you would just forget the furbolg in the room.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the furbog in the room is one that brought all this up.
Yeah. Let me lead by saying, Delg, I am inexplicably proud of you for the journey that you have had with following our deity and the journey that you've been on, ups and downs, everything. I'm amazed that there were other followers of Eldath outside my village. I knew that they existed, but it didn't seem real until I met you, so thank you for that. Rognus, I hope you know that your past actions and mistakes, mishaps, and successes don't define who you are. They carve out a little bit of who you are, but they don't define you. You are not your trauma. Your trauma does not become you. It can overtake you. But it's not you. You're incredibly smart and kind and quiet. But that just lends you a lot of respect from all of us. I hope you know that. And Varys, I hope you know that it's much the same. The decisions that led you to where you are today and the path that you put yourself on does not make you bad. It does not mean you have ill intent, which is a lot to say when you admit seeking revenge. But, you know, it just makes you a little bit more complicated. Not bad. I come from a family who values peace and serenity as part of our daily structure, as part of our lives in following Eldath. And even just being the people that we are, we live in seclusion. We don't live anywhere near any big cities, as far as I can tell. And we cherish that. We seek the stories of those that come to us for aid and live vicariously through that. So when I had the opportunity to go on my own adventure to seek out civilization, I jumped at the thought, especially knowing that so much was at stake with it. But I didn't know how bad of a place Barovia could have been until we met Strahd. And until he kept targeting me. Endlessly. You all know how horrible that man was. Even just knowing that Barovia was his prison and his playground, you can understand what it means to be targeted by such a person. So, to encounter him over and over again in that cursed land, and to meet his gaze and see his hunger, and to see it come to fruition multiple times, and you'll see her fidgeting with her bandage at her neck. I just wanted it to end. I've fought every day since I lost my way. I've fought every day to stay near you all and to keep you all safe. But in that moment, puncture wounds throughout my whole neck, feeling like the life was being drained out of me. Because it was. There was a part of me that just wanted to give in. And it was only the thought of staying with you all, and she will meet each of your gazes if you are willing to meet hers. It is you all that kept me there. That sliver of a moment I will always hold on to. And remember, and show myself that that darkness still resides there. But I can tuck that away and be led by you all. Because you all are the light for me. I have a wonderful deity that helps me every day, helps you every day. But it was not her love and guidance that kept me. It was you. And I hope that's explanation enough.
I noticed that you like to have your marks covered up all the time. I'm assuming that you don't care to have them, but I don't know if you want them there to be a reminder. Out of character. Can mending not repair the bite marks in
Can't.
your neck?
You can't. Objects.
Mending works on objects, not creatures.
And I would like to ascertain that hope is not an object.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that one. Delg, I know what you're asking. Truly. Because I've thought of it myself. It's the only reason I'm keeping this so tightly knit. In my studies with my mother, I am aware that there is a spell that Eldeth can grant us eventually that can make all these go away. And as much as I would love to keep them for cosmetics and remind myself of the horrors of Barovia every day, I don't want them to be there anymore. So for now, they hide. And eventually they'll be gone. But I can't do that right now. We can't do that right now. One day.
Well, I think that's enough of this for tonight. Yes. We have a busy set of days, weeks, months, or years perhaps ahead of us. We probably should get some sleep.
Agreed.
You all notice that the tents that you were inside of another tent, really had no true sound isolation. And as the inn slowly came to the end of its business day, and the different people that came and went during your conversation thinned out until there are just a few people eating at a table here, maybe a couple at the bar, or a couple near the door. The sound of the people around has quieted down, and it is nighttime, or at least what passes for nighttime here on the Infinite Staircase. You all retire to your respective tents, 5, 6, and 9, and lay down to rest with the knowledge that perhaps you are one step closer to getting home. Maybe Orion will discover in his studies overnight, which he is almost assuredly still studying and looking up information for you, another pathway besides the one that the young orc had offered through the abyss. Either way, you will have a direction, and a first step to take on what will almost assuredly be a very long journey home. And that's where we're going to end tonight's episode. I'd like to remind everybody that we will not be live next weekend, the 13th, because it is the anniversary of the first time I ever streamed on my channel. So we're skipping next week, and we'll be live again the following weekend, December 20th on Sunday. Again, I am DMF Saint. I was the DM for this thing, and I'd like to spend the rest of the time going back over who our players were and the characters they played, and for them to pitch anything they've got coming up that they want to talk about.
Let me unmute my microphone. Okay. Yep, I'm Jim, playing Varys, the High Elf Warlock. Yep. So I'll let Ash talk about the 16th, but I'll be there on the 16th. And when was the Tomb of Horrors thing next?
Saturday.
Which this
coming Saturday.
This coming Saturday.
This coming Saturday. Oh, I better write that down. All right. Yep.
I'll put it in
be
the
here for
Discord
that
too.
Yeah. I'll be here for that too. So Tomb of Horrors. Everyone likes Morris, so yeah, come back and see if he turns naked or Oh no, Morris is gone, isn't he?
No, you
No,
brought
you
it
brought
back.
him back in.
We brought him back in. That's right. No. So yeah. He was naked, but now he's not. So anyway. Yeah, so come back on Saturday and then back for Morningstar when we come back to that. But I'll let Ash talk about 16th. That's it. Joe.
Yeah, hey, I'm Joe. I played Ragnar Stummy, the Tiefling Sorcerer. Yeah, I'll be there on the 12th to finish up the first series session, whatever we want to call it, of Colonel House. I have a feeling it's going to get real tricky, real fast, real good. So we'll get our second, third, fourth characters ready. Our whole arsenal, our whole draft pick, fantasy D&D league here. Yeah, that I don't really do much of anything else, but if you want to hear some stupid jokes and other fun promotional things that I put up, you can follow me on Twitter at my new Twitter handle at the Nation of Joe _ and I imagine that as like a welcome kind of a thing. Welcome to the Nation of Joe.
I love it.
So, thanks for stopping in tonight, Akechi.
I'm Akechi. You can find me on Twitch at Akechi. I play Delg, the stone shaping, tree jumping, god praying, soon to be wish making nature cleric.
I gave you an opportunity tonight.
Oh, there's so many opportunities. What are you talking about? I can wish for Hope's neck to be cured.
I thought I was going to
Don't
do
waste
it. I was
it.
waiting
I could
for
wish for the orc to have courage.
I actually grip my armrests a little bit.
Like, I don't know if you know this.
Is he
There's
gonna do it?
so many wishes I could have made that would just be great. I could wish for the old man to be able to be immortal, not die of old age, so the human can continue doing his his thing. Like,
That's so good.
I know. Hell, I might just sell the blade.
I can think of so many ways all of those could go horribly wrong.
Me too.
It's fine. It's fine. Actually, I thought about wishing giving me the druid ability of timeless age, so that every 10 years turns into one. But anyways, I will be here on Saturday and the following Sunday. That's about it for me. Go ahead, Ash.
Hi, I'm Ash. Go by Ash and Rabbit here on Twitch and Twitter. I will also be here on Saturday for Tomb of Horrors. Really interested to see what the hell happens with that. And then the following Wednesday, which will be the 16th, we're continuing our Tide of Retribution not so one shot. And trying to figure out what the hell these guys are gonna do now that they're up against a Samhain warlock committed to Ukatoa.
Ukatoa.
Should be a good time. And then the next Sunday for this.
Yay.
Go ahead, Saint.
Hey, that's me. So I'm going to briefly pitch what I'm doing in the upcoming couple weeks. Next Thursday, the 10th, is Roundhouse Whitebridge on TPK Roleplay's channel, twitch.tv/TPK Roleplay. And the following Thursday, the 17th, is the sister of that, Roundhouse Godswallow, here at Nat 20. They've all pitched everything else that's going on Nat 20, except for the Bunny Beatdown on Monday, December 14th, which is a Killer Bunnies tournament, I guess, or competition. Last bunny standing wins. I'm going to kill every single one of your bunnies.
No.
I'm also going to pitch on the 19th, 12/19, over on TPK Roleplay. I'll be in Bar's Refrain, which is run by Osera X Franco over there. And then every Saturday, I run a beverage educational stream where we teach people how to make cocktails and stock their home bar and tell people like what vodka is and what gin is and all that fun stuff. So please come and check that out. It's at 4 p.m. on every Saturday. That's going to be it for us. Thank you so much for hanging out for a very heavy RP session. There's not much action. It was a very lore dump RP night for us, and I think we all kind of needed it. I think it was a good, definitely cathartic at points, and definitely hopeful at other points, and a different vibe and shift in direction from Barovia. So I hope you guys enjoyed it too. That's going to be it for us. We will see you guys soon. Have a nice night. Good evening. Bye.